Chapter 336. Wait! While Thales and Nicholas were talking, Ida, who was watching from the rooftop, suddenly lowered her head and exclaimed, "I'm below!" In the next second, a loud sound was heard. Asterisk bang! Asterisk the wooden roof under Aida's feet suddenly shattered. Amid the elves' cries of surprise, she fell from the roof into the house. Everyone in the group on the street changed their expressions. Thales looked worriedly at the house where Ida had disappeared, but the furious Nicholas tugged at his reins to retreat. Guard formation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of something heavy falling could be heard. Amid the Northlanders' nervous but orderly footsteps, the elven protector's indignant roar came from the house. "Who are you?" However, before Ida could finish her sentence, the sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out in haste. Asterisk ding, clang, clang, ding, ding, clang, clang. Asterisk Thales' expression changed abruptly. Within 1 second, the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously for more than 10 times. They did not even have the time to breathe. They sounded like wind chimes ringing in a gust of wind. At the same time, Nicholas and Justin were also shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. 15 times? That means within 1 second the two people fighting. Asterisk ding. Asterisk as the last sound faded away, the sound of weapons clashing came to an abrupt end. Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Thales could react, as the sound of the wind blew, an unfamiliar black figure instantly broke through the window. It went straight for Thales. Thales' expression changed abruptly. Ida lost? From the moment Ida fell into the house to the moment the black figure broke through the window and ambushed him, it was less than 4 to 5 seconds. Moreover, from the moment the sound of weapons clashing started, it was only 1 second of contact. Ida lost? A chill rose in Thales' heart. At that moment, he remembered the terrifying assassin who broke through the layers of encirclement 6 years ago, Bonnet Charlton. But there was no time for Thales to think. Under Nicholas' angry roar and the Archduchess Guard's orderly formation, the figure who ambushed him landed on the ground. Since they had already cleared the perimeter before they came, Nicholas placed most of the guards at the periphery. Instead, he relaxed his guard against the intruder who popped up on the way back. The black figure staggered when he landed, but when he stood up shakily, he was only a few meters away from Thales. His body was long and narrow, and he was even a head taller than Nicholas, who was of average height. His entire body was wrapped in a dark black robe. His face and skin could not be seen. It was like the purest night. However, he was holding 2 narrow swords in his hands. The blades were not even 2 fingers wide. "Do it!" Nicholas got down from his horse resolutely and was the first to attack with a shout. The rising sun saber was unsheathed from his back and he slashed with all his might. Justin, who had rushed over from behind, also had a weapon in his hand and attacked furiously. The 6 Archduchess guards who surrounded Thales blocked his way. Right at this moment, following an explosion, thick gray smoke suddenly emerged from the intruder's body. "It's an alchemy ball. Back off!" Nicholas' enraged roar came from the gray smoke that obstructed their vision. "Protect the prince and seek cover. I'll deal with him." The surrounding Northlanders surrounded the assassin and surrounded him. Some of the Archduchess guards protected the prince as they retreated to the other side of the street. As the smoke became thicker, Thales felt his vision blur. He could barely see the black figure and Nicholas back. "Your Highness!" Waya used all his strength to pull Thales off the horse. Together with Ralph, he dragged Thales backwards. Willow, Gened, and the other Constellations blocked the front and stood firmly behind the Archduchess guards. Thales' feet were firmly planted on the ground. He broke free from Waya's grip, which was too tight. "Get into formation first." At this moment, through the blurry vision of the smoke, the prince could barely see the black-robed intruder raise his 2 swords. At that moment, Thales only had one feeling. "Is it raining?" Asterisk clink, clink, clink. Asterisk it was as if an endless storm was violently beating against the fragile eaves of a house in a terrifying gale. Asterisk clink, clink, clink. Asterisk it was pleasing to the ears. It was hair-raising. The storm-like clashing sounds almost drowned out the angry shouts of the Northlanders who pounced forward. However, at that moment, in the center of the thick smoke, no one was more shocked than Nicholas himself. There was no other reason. He had been suppressed. The moment he drew his sword and engaged in battle, Nicholas had just swung his first slash and parried the enemy's slash. Asterisk clink. Asterisk the enemy's sword immediately rushed forward and delivered the next strike. There was no pause. Nicholas' heart clenched. The unique twist of fate instantly surged from his joints. At the critical moment when the momentum of the attack was exhausted, he immediately bent his blade upwards and blocked the second strike. Asterisk clang. Asterisk but it was not enough. Because the enemy had just withdrawn his first slash, and without the need for a buffer, he delivered the next slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the twist of fate was activated again. Nicholas' face turned red as he blocked the third slash. Not enough. The enemy's fourth slash broke through the thick smoke from his other hand and came at him again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Still not enough. Nicholas almost felt like he was suffocating. The fifth slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sixth slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk within a second, the enemy's two swords attacked alternately at an unbelievable speed. And Nicholas realized to his shock that he could not keep up with the speed of the enemy's attacks. The seventh slash. The eighth. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk all the Star Killer could do was to continuously use his power of eradication to suppress his body and try his best to keep up with the speed of the enemy's swords in the thick gray smoke. In the gray smoke which already affected his vision, his face contorted. He could barely see the enemy's movements. Asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as he listened to the multiple sounds that traveled into his ears at the same time, Nicholas was suddenly shocked. No, he was not the only one. At that moment, Justin was also fighting against the invader in the thick smoke. He was on the other side of the enemy, and just like Nicholas, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nicholas and Justin were two of the Archduchess guards who had been through hundreds of battles. One of them was even in supreme class. But they were suppressed by the enemy's alternating sword speed, which was as terrifying as a rainstorm. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk the sounds did not stop. And with each swing of the black-robed man's swords, the speed became faster and faster. How is this possible? Asterisk clink, clang. Asterisk in just 2 seconds, Nicholas was forced to take a step back from the enemy's ninth slash. His heart trembled. How can there be such a fast sword speed? This was something the Star Killer had never encountered in his entire life of fighting. His bones were groaning, his blades were trembling, and his muscles were roaring. But Nicholas knew that his blocks and interceptions were reaching their limits. But the enemy's swords did not stop at all. Instead, they became faster. Asterisk clang. Asterisk in the third second, Justin gritted his teeth. His legs trembled, and his body swayed. He did not manage to catch up with the enemy's next slash. The black-robed man instantly seized the opportunity. He stomped on the ground with his right leg and leaped over Justin's head. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk along the way, he delivered 3 swift slashes, parrying Nicholas and Justin's attacks, and even counterattacking with 1 slash. The Star Killer's heart trembled. In his frustration and dejection, he finally understood that he had encountered an enemy he could not withstand. It might be a power of eradication that he had never seen before. In just 3 seconds, he broke through the joint blockade he and Justin had set up. 3 seconds. He could only block, block, and block again, but he could not retaliate. How is this possible? Nicholas stared in astonishment at the black-robed man who flipped over Justin in the air. He saw the man's body rise to the height of 3 men and gradually disappear into the thick smoke. He flew towards the sky above Thales. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. The rising sun saber in his hand emitted a terrifying heat along with the anger in his chest. He was already prepared to use the legendary anti-mystic equipment to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Ayaha! The elven protector, Aida's unique and delicate cry, which was filled with anger and displeasure, suddenly rose in the air. Come down! Nicholas' pupils shrank. He saw a flash of light from a blade flash through the indistinct smoke. The black-robed figure who flew up from the thick gray smoke shuddered violently. As the flash of light from the blade flashed, the black-robed man looked as if he was struck by an invisible hand in the air. Not only did he lose his momentum, but he also fell towards the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a muffled sound of the blade piercing through his clothes, the black-robed man fell to the ground. He did not move. He was pinned to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the enemy's twin swords fell to the ground along with the sound. They were kicked away by Ida, who landed with him. The elf's cursing voice rose. Damn it, so what if you're fast with twin swords? It was only then that Nicholas exhaled. Thank goodness. I stopped him. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew. Ralph used his psionic ability to blow away the smoke that obstructed his vision. The thick smoke gradually dispersed. Nicholas furrowed his brows tightly as he looked around. The Archduchess guards, who had yet to recover from their shock, surrounded the black-robed man and Aida's position with full vigilance. They surrounded them tightly. Surround him, Nicholas ordered in displeasure. Don't let him touch the weapons. Boss. Justin held a wound on his arm and looked at him in disbelief. That guy's sword speed was so fast. How could he do it? Nicholas stared at the surrounded figure in the thick smoke and pondered solemnly. I remember now. A long time ago, when Caslin was still in the guards, he demonstrated it to us. Nicholas frowned. He pulled Justin up and walked towards the black-robed man. It's a double-handed quick sword style that almost surpasses the speed of sound. It's called Rainstorm. Caslin? Surpasses the speed of sound? Rainstorm? Justin mumbled to himself in confusion. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned his head in astonishment. But isn't that unique to, yes, the Rainstorm-like rapid dual sword style? This skill is unique to Caslin's contemporaries from the Tower of Eradication. The Star Killer nodded solemnly. He recalled the feeling when they exchanged blows just now. The legendary Valkyrie from the bloody battle at Rearden, the flag leader knight appointed by the Hanbol royal family. With a tone of disbelief, he said quietly, Heart of the Rain, Jasmine Lorraine. You mean, the female knight, Lorraine? Justin's expression changed. He quickly turned to the black-robed man and said in shock, How is it possible? Heart of the Rain, didn't she die 30 years ago in Hanbol in the Eastern Peninsula? Nicholas patted his assistant's shoulder and shook his head. We'll know what's going on soon. In the smoke, they walked towards the black-robed man lying on the ground. Hey! After the smoke dissipated, Aida's short figure appeared in their field of vision, which gradually became clearer. She had her hands on her waist and pointed at the black-robed man who was pinned to the ground by her machete. She kept nagging, With your skills, it's one thing to bully a pretty boy, but you even wanted to ambush me. Looking at Aida's expression, Nicholas could not help but furrow his brows. But in the next moment, the elven protector's nagging stopped abruptly. Hey! Ida stared at the person on the ground. She opened her mouth wide and looked at the people around her with an innocent and terrified expression. This. Nicholas' expression changed. He did not care that the choking smoke had not completely dissipated. He rushed forward in a few steps and pushed the personal guards aside. Nicholas grabbed the black-robed man with his own hands, then his entire body trembled. He realized that something was wrong. Nicholas pulled out the machete Ida had planted on the ground, scooped the person on the ground, and stood up with a solemn expression. The soldiers around him burst into an uproar when they saw what he was holding. The Star Killer was holding a black robe in his hand. It was an empty black robe. The hem of the robe hung down without any support, swaying back and forth in the air. There was only a black robe. There was no living thing. Nicholas stared at the black robe in his hand for a few seconds before he widened his eyes and cast an inquiring look at his assistant. No, boss. Justin knew what he wanted to ask, and shook his head in shock as well. We just surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one could escape. What the hell? Ida said while trembling. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest and looked around nervously, as if she had seen a ghost. I clearly threw it. Why is it gone? Nicholas widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the black robe, then at the confused and surprised faces of the soldiers around him. He lowered his head and kicked the pair of rapiers on the ground as if he was testing the waters. The rapiers were obediently kicked away, showing that his existence was not an illusion. Nicholas sucked in a deep breath before he spoke hesitantly. Justin, the one who fought against us just now, is really a living person, right? Lord Justin opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. No one spoke. Only the black robe was still swaying. Together with the rapiers on the ground, they created a strange atmosphere. At that moment, "Your Highness, Your Highness!" a shrill cry rang. Nicholas was shocked and quickly turned around. It was Wuxia. Not far away, beside Jenny the black horse, Wuxia Casso, the prince's attendant, was frantically pushing away the people around him like a madman. He desperately searched for every figure in his field of vision. There was an uncontrollable panic on his face. "Thales! Prince Thales!" "What?" The shocked and bewildered Nicholas only managed to say one word before Wuxia, who noticed him, pounced towards the Star Killer in panic. However, he was stopped by an Archduchess personal guard beside him. "Hey, Northlander! His Highness! Where is His Highness?" The attendant asked everyone fearfully, "Has anyone seen His Highness?" "What?" As the smoke dispersed, the Star Killer subconsciously turned towards Jenny the black horse. However, he could only see a group of panicked constellations, as well as the personal guards who were also at a loss. Willow crouched down and anxiously searched the corners of the crowd. Janet moved through the crowd, stopping a person from time to time and sizing him up with a frown before letting go of him in disappointment. One person is missing. Missing. This thought flashed in the Star Killer's mind. He immediately froze on the spot. At that moment, whether it was Justin, Ida, or Ralph, everyone's expressions changed when they realized what was happening. Huh! This was Ida, who was at a loss. Ralph, on the other hand, widened his eyes and grabbed Wuxia tightly. He faced Wuxia and started signing frantically. However, the Star Killer was even more violent and straightforward. He pushed Ralph away and grabbed Wuxia's collar with both hands. With a ferocious expression he asked, "What happened?" "The prince. Where is the prince?" However, Wuxia looked as if he was about to break down. He shook his head while trembling. His tone was filled with fear and worry. No, the assassin came too quickly. The smoke was too thick, the noise was too loud, it was too chaotic. I pulled His Highness down from the horse and went to catch him, but I could only catch Jened. Jened's expression was unpleasant. "Impossible. When you fought, the prince was still by my side a moment ago. How could he?" Nicholas suppressed his anger and growled. He pushed Wuxia, who had lost his composure, to the ground. However, no one had the time to deal with the relationship between the Northlanders and the Constellations. "Was he abducted by that assassin?" Ida said to Nicholas in fear. "When he jumped up, he avoided my throwing knives and abducted Thales from the air." With a pale face, Nicholas raised his head abruptly and looked at the roof closest to them. There stood one of the Archduchess guards, who had climbed onto the roof earlier to keep a lookout for the surroundings. He held a crossbow in his hand. "No, boss." The personal guard stood on a high spot and said with a puzzled expression, "From just now until now, even when there was thick smoke, whether it was the streets, alleys, roofs, or any slightly higher place, I swear on the honor and life of the White Blade Guards that I did not see anyone leave. The same goes for the others." Nicholas clenched his teeth and turned his head to look at the Archduchess guard who rushed over from behind. The personal guard only shook his head. "The entrances and exits on the ground are well watched by the sentries we just set up. From the moment the assassin appeared until just now, no one went in or out. We matched their passwords and faces, and no one pretended to be one of us." Nicholas was completely dumbfounded. How could that be? There's no one in the sky, on the roof, on the ground, or in the alleys. There's no one going in or out of the surrounding hundreds of meters, and no one disguised themselves. The prince was abducted out of thin air? On this street, all the Northlanders and Constellations were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. The Star Killer turned to the warriors around him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered in his mouth. He ordered in exasperation, "Form up, search. From here to our outermost perimeter, every wall, every alley, every house, every ditch, and even the backs of every single person. Intercept every suspicious person. Our sentries and blockade line are still here. It's impossible for anyone to leave here without a sound." In the solemn and strange atmosphere, the patrol team and the Archduchess guards, who also had unpleasant expressions on their faces, answered loudly. They took their positions and executed their duties in a well-trained manner. Move, form up, spread out, search. Everyone looked around anxiously and nervously, searching for their target. They refused to let go of any corner. The Constellations, led by Wuxia, were also ready to move, but they were blocked by a few cold Archduchess guards. They could only wait anxiously. They waited for the results of the Northlanders' search. But a few minutes passed. There's nothing in the 4 alleys on the east. The surroundings of Lu Lake Mansion are very clean. There's no one at the intersection between Axe District and Spear District. We've searched both inside and outside the chess room. We've searched all the houses in the south. There's no clue in the ditch on the left. We've almost torn down the house where the assassin appeared. Other than the broken roof, there's not even a fly. Neither the patrol team nor the Archduchess guards found anything in their search. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, Justin walked out of the last alley with his men. He shook his head at the livid Nicholas. When the assassins appeared, our sentry posts and blockades were still in good condition. The area from the highest point to the main road on the ground was completely watertight. The assassins' smoke did not affect them either. Justin's voice sounded very strained. But they did not see anyone break out of the encirclement. Anyone. Nicholas' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at his deputy in a daze, petrified on the spot. Everyone was silent. The situation was very clear. There was no one around, and no one outside. They could not find that figure. That 14-year-old figure. That figure who could affect the future of the 2 big countries in the Western Peninsula. It was as if he had disappeared for no reason. F***ck. Nicholas panted heavily. There was a fierce glint in his eyes as he stared at the buildings around him, as if he was suspicious of what was behind each wall. What's going on? What's going on? Waya and Ralph looked at each other worriedly and shook their heads. Impossible, Ida said solemnly. This is too strange. Beside her, Lord Justin frowned deeply. Leader. With a twisted face, Nicholas turned to his deputy. The latter stared at the ground in a daze. Heart in the Rain, who died 30 years ago, suddenly appeared and disappeared into thin air. Now with Prince Thales. Lord Justin's face was pale as he stared at the empty black robe. He then looked at the 2 swords that kept swaying on the ground. He blinked violently, as if he could not believe his own eyes. Are we really? Chapter 337. Somewhere in Dragon Cloud City. It was a dark tunnel. There was only one lone everlasting lamp. It barely illuminated the old mottled mud walls on both sides, which looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. A young man silently leaned against the everlasting lamp and sized up the dagger in his hand. The narrow tunnel only allowed 2 people to pass through. It looked like a gap between 2 walls. The mud floor was covered in dust, and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. This is an underground tunnel hidden under the cellar of the chess room. How could they build this? The teenager thought in his heart. But why didn't the Archduchess guards, who were in charge of searching and clearing the place, discover this place when I came here to play chess every month? And, when this place was chosen, Nicholas must have investigated the details of this place, right? Asterisk tap, tap, tap. Asterisk footsteps rang in his ears. The teenager stopped what he was doing and slowly put the dagger back into its sheath. He then buckled it back onto his belt. A line of words flashed on the sheath under the flickering light. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Asterisk tap, tap, tap. Asterisk the footsteps were getting closer. Thales sighed and turned to look at the other end of the dark tunnel. That place was far away from light. There was only darkness there. As the footsteps stopped, a figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. You should rest well, Your Highness, and recover your strength, the person said faintly. His voice was light. There's still some time. The teenage prince snorted. He stood up quietly and patted the dust off his body. This is different from what we agreed on. Thales looked at the person's familiar face and the unique pair of dark red eyes. He said coldly, You're not the only one. He said coldly, Raphael Lindbergh. As Thales spoke, Raphael, a cadre of the kingdom's secret intelligence department who had not been seen for 6 years, stepped out of the dark tunnel and revealed himself in front of the everlasting lamp. Thales sized up Raphael carefully. 6 years did not seem to bring much change to this barren bone man who lived in darkness. He was still dressed in a white robe. His posture was elegant, and his bearing was calm. Only when he saw the flickering light did he subconsciously frown slightly. Indeed. That's why this wasn't the perfect escape we thought it would be. It was even extremely risky. Raphael's dark red eyes swept past Thales, who had already turned into a teenager. His expression was calm. But Your Highness, whose fault do you think this is? Thales' expression changed. Whose fault is it? Don't play dumb, Raphael. You know what I'm talking about. 5,000 cavaliers forced their way into the city of faraway prayers from the great desert to support the Alliance of Freedom. The prince's voice was as cold as ice. They gave the Northlanders a big surprise, didn't they? And do you know how many people told me in advance and told their hostage princes about this? Raphael raised an eyebrow. Thales pursed his lips and waved his finger in the air. He mockingly gestured a number and enunciated each word clearly, 0. 0. None. Of. Them. These are dozens of dazed, ferocious-looking Northland brawny men who told me all at once. Raphael stared at the ceiling thoughtfully. 5,000 cavalry? He was slightly moved. Is this what the Northlanders' intelligence reports say? The indifferent attitude of the man from the Secret Intelligence Department made Thales furious. What? Are you going to tell me that the cavaliers who almost killed me and the double-cross-shaped star's flag are fake? Are they impersonated? The prince shrugged and snorted in dissatisfaction. And the kingdom didn't send any troops? Under the flickering light, Raphael glanced at him silently before he sighed softly. Those troops are indeed real. They were also sent by Constellation. But from the western desert, from Blade Fang's camp to the Great Desert, there are at most 1,000 or 2,000 cavaliers. As for the others, they are probably infantrymen or illusions created by others. Raphael laughed. 5,000 cavaliers? Ha, that's enough to drain half the kingdom dry. The Baron Bone Man spread his hands. His sleeves were still very long, covering his wrists firmly. He was laughing. He didn't care at all. Thales glared at him and told himself this. The prince's displeasure slowly rose. That's not the point, and it's not funny. Thales narrowed his eyes and raised his finger. His tone became more and more serious. You know, as the target of their anger, I was almost torn to pieces by the angry Northlanders in the Hall of Heroes. In the dim light, Raphael shook his head with the ghost of a smile. They wouldn't do that. But Thales did not care about his interruption. Instead, his fingers trembled as he suppressed his anger and continued, Or would I be held hostage in the city of faraway prayers, tied up in front of the two armies, and force Constellation to retreat? The prince's last sentence was a little loud, and it was rather jarring in the narrow passageway. Raphael stared at the prince and slowly restrained his expression. Your Highness, everything we did was to rescue you safely back to your country. Yes, the way was to let the Northlanders hang me first, and then you would come and collect my body, Thales sneered, full of sarcasm. It was very safe. Raphael's expression changed. Please believe me, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has its own means and arrangements. His tone gradually became serious. But I can say with certainty that they would never use such a crude, direct, and forced method. The person from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said coldly, as I said just now, Your Highness, whose fault do you think this is? Thales did not care about the person's rhetorical question. He sneered. Means and arrangements? How inspiring. Just like the dragon's blood 6 years ago, right? Raphael froze for a moment when he heard the code name of the operation, which had not appeared for a long time. The prince leaned against the wall, turned his head to the side, and snorted angrily. The goddamn kingdom's secret intelligence department. Raphael was silent for a long time. Until he took a breath and slowly said, We are accusing you of accusing us of lying. Your Highness, you think that this accident is the fault of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales snorted softly. But on the other hand, Raphael's red eyes flashed with a strange light. You are. Is it really that unreserved? Thales was slightly stunned and slowly turned his head around. Raphael stared at him with a bone-chilling gaze. Until this afternoon, we thought that everything was going smoothly. It was only when the news came that we knew what you and Lampard did in the palace. Raphael's voice also carried a certain sharp accusation. Until we received the news that you left the palace. Caught off guard, we had no choice but to act urgently and adopt the worst backup plan. To forcibly take the risk to rescue you. Thales did not speak. Raphael took a small step forward. His gaze was piercingly cold. For more than 2 months, from the moment you boarded the carriage in Black Sand region, you always knew that Lampard had been lurking in the city. You even secretly reached an agreement with him to interfere in the internal affairs of Dragon Cloud City and At together, until you were finally transferred to Black Sand region. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He immediately had a bad feeling. The Baron Boneman said flatly, about your and Lampard's secret plans, and the reason why you were forced to work with him, Your Highness. How much did you tell us? Thales suddenly felt his heart palpitate as he stared into Raphael's eyes. Damn it. That's right, my secret meeting with Lampard, the plan for Little Rascal, these things, including the Archduchess' identity. How could I tell you? Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He forced himself to calm down. What happened between Black Sand region and me was an accident. Raphael's eyebrows twitched. An accident? Thales pouted and nodded in annoyance. Yes, your accident happened first, which triggered my accident. Okay. If it weren't for the 2,000 cavaliers you brought, which caused the situation to take a turn for the worse, the Archduchess wouldn't have been forced into a corner, and I wouldn't have been forced to ask Lampard for help. The prince snorted coldly and tried to change the topic. No, he said quietly in his heart. I know. To be exact, Thales had long prepared for this. In the Hall of Heroes, their plan with Ian was likely to encounter an accident and not succeed. For Little Rascal, Lampard was the trump card he had to reveal when he was at his wit's end. Once this trump card was revealed, the Secret Intelligence Department would definitely know. The Secret Intelligence Department would not sit back and watch. They would definitely take action. Thales patted his belongings, which he had packed a long time ago, and sighed in his heart. He was already prepared for the Secret Intelligence Department's rescue. This time, Raphael stared at him for a long time, as if he wanted to discover a secret. Thales only turned his head angrily, acting like a sulking teenager. Finally, Raphael stopped scrutinizing him. Raphael said flatly, Then perhaps you shouldn't be so deeply involved in Dragon Cloud City's politics? He looked at the prince with a rather disdainful expression. Even if you have some sort of unspeakable relationship with the Archduchess, my romantic prince. Thales was stunned at first, then he was at a loss for words. I and the Archduchess. But in his anger, he was quick-witted and immediately found a way to counterattack and change the topic. Romantic? Hey, 6 years ago, I wasn't the one who kissed Miss Arun for a minute in public in Heroic Spirit Palace. Raphael's expression changed. He frowned and coughed, shaking off some dust from the top of his head. The two of them were silent for a while. Thales panted silently, hoping that this could cover up the other party's questioning. Anyway, Raphael sighed sarcastically and said, If you had been a little more merciful, opened your mouth a little and told us, lowly servants who run errands in the Secret Intelligence Department, about Lampard in advance, then maybe we could have reacted earlier and things wouldn't have been so bad? Thales raised his eyebrows and spread his arms. He had an expression that said, I have nothing to say to you. Very well. The prince made a stop gesture and said, as if he had given up on himself, I understand. There won't be any results if this continues. The discussion is over. That's all. He turned around and leaned against the wall. He shook his head and crossed his arms. Raphael did not speak, until Thales broke the silence again. Hey, that black robe with the dual swords. When I escaped into the chess room, I saw him surrounded by the guards, the prince said quietly without turning his head. Is he all right? No, Thales thought in his heart. The former White Blade guards under Nicholas are not to be trifled with. That person, in order to create a chance for me to escape to the chess rooms underground, probably already. Raphael frowned slightly but did not speak. Until Thales looked at him impatiently, Raphael snorted softly. You didn't recognize him? Thales was stunned. Who? That black robe? Raphael narrowed his eyes and grinned. Very well. If even you can't recognize his disguise, don't worry, he will be safe. Thales paused slightly. Disguise? That means, that black robe is someone I know? Could it be? Thales shook his head and removed the masked figure from his mind. Impossible. That black robe is tall and thin. He holds 2 thin swords. It can't be him. At this moment, Thales suddenly remembered something. He raised his head. Attacking Lampard's post house. Was that also a method you used to divert his attention? When he said this, Raphael's expression turned cold. Yes, an impossible suicide attack. His voice was a little quiet. We have thought of any method that could reduce the strength of the guards around you. Thales froze. The light flickered slightly, elongating their shadows on the wall. After a long while, the prince exhaled. How many casualties? Raphael shook his head and said nothing. Thales' expression turned cold as well. Silence returned to the passageway. I'm sorry, the prince said after a long time. Raphael closed his eyes and shook his head. They all know what they have to do. The voice of the Secret Intelligence Department member was gloomy. For this operation, the Secret Intelligence Department even gave up their headquarters in Dragon Cloud City and sacrificed most of their intelligence sources. Thales was puzzled. Headquarters. Raphael gestured with his chin and extended his finger to tap the irregular mud wall beside him. It's here. Thales was stunned. He looked around and sized up the dim passageway. The prince said curiously, But isn't this the underground of the chess room in Spear District where I come every month? In response, Raphael nodded in agreement. His expression returned to its usual indifference. Wait, are you saying that the chess room above us, the place where I come to play chess every month, is the Dragon Cloud City headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? Thales stared in disbelief and observed his surroundings. In Spear District? A place just a few steps away from Heroic Spirit Palace? Raphael smiled. He tapped the dilapidated mud wall beside him again. You don't think that the owner of the chess room just happened to be bored, so he built this tunnel under the cellar, do you? You don't also think that when you made a request to Dragon Cloud City and the Archduchess agreed to it, the disciplinary hall official in charge of choosing the location just happened to report this newly opened chess room to Leaspan, do you? Thales stared at Raphael in a daze. So? Raphael's eyes shone brightly as he nodded affirmatively. Yes, the safest place is right under the enemy's nose. For example, the Dragon's Blood 6 years ago, from the beginning of the operation, to the preparation, to the decision, to the execution of the plan, and even to the final mobilization of manpower and intelligence, to forging Lampard's warrant, to enter the gatehouse occupied by the enemy, to fish out an unlucky prince who acted on his own accord, and to arrange for his evacuation, everything was done here. Raphael glanced at him meaningfully, snorted softly, and shook his head. Thales automatically ignored the words, an unlucky prince, and silently observed his surroundings. The mottled mud wall, the deep tunnel, and the lonely everlasting lamp. I see. So, for the past 6 years, all the secret messages I sent to the Secret Intelligence Department were from here. But Nicholas should have investigated this place carefully, right? And found nothing? The prince frowned and said, Even when I came every month, my personal guards would turn this place upside down. How could they have missed this tunnel? Raphael smiled again. This was not a chess room in the past. This place was the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City. During the underground war between Constellation and the Dragon, it supported countless spy operations and sheltered countless Constellation spies. It has a history of more than 160 years. Thales was slightly taken aback. When he said this, the Baron Bone Man from the Secret Intelligence Department seemed to be filled with emotions. During this period of time, no matter how big the operation was, this place was never lightly moved and never exposed. If the Star Killer really wanted to find out anything, he would have to go through the reconstruction records of Dragon Cloud City's Spear District more than 100 years ago. An architect from Enlenzo Dukedom, whose niece was married to a Constellatiate, was in charge of the construction. Of course, the records were accidentally lost many years ago. As for why they could not find the tunnel we are in is the last escape tunnel. It was dug decades ago, and the last layer of soil was not dug through. Raphael pulled his thoughts back to the present and narrowed his eyes. This morning, when we learned that there was an accident in the palace, I decided to dig through it. As expected. Raphael paused and did not continue speaking. A headquarters that has not been lightly moved for more than 100 years. Thales looked at him in silence, but his heart was filled with emotions. He frowned and asked, So below this headquarters, it leads to all directions? Raphael chuckled softly. The Baron Bone Man looked at the second prince in disdain and snorted softly. Why, Do you think that the tunnel is so easy to dig, and that the Archdukes of Dragoncloud City, the leaders of the secret room, and the current Starkiller and his men are all idiots? Back then, in order not to arouse suspicion, this tunnel was dug intermittently for a few years, and was almost discovered several times. Otherwise, we would have connected it to the secret tunnel in the gatehouse. Then we could even sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace and assassinate an Archduke or something. Thales took a deep breath and chuckled as well. Raphael snorted. But he immediately shook his head and sighed deeply with emotion. But because of this operation, this headquarters has to be decommissioned. Thales' eyes flickered. Decommissioned? Raphael seemed to have understood his gaze and said flatly, "You've disappeared in the vicinity. Even though no one discovered you for the time being, the Starkiller and his former White Blade Guards will come back to investigate sooner or later, until they discover that something is amiss here. Not to mention the secret room and other forces who will come after hearing the news. If these people put aside their conflicts for you, it won't be long before they find out the truth. The headquarters will be exposed sooner or later." Thales frowned. If the headquarters has to be decommissioned, then all the people, things, channels, places that have been involved with the headquarters for more than 100 years will have to be decommissioned together with it. Almost everything the Secret Intelligence Department has here. Raphael's gaze was dim, and his voice was hoarse. There is no doubt that after this, Dragoncloud City will go through another round of cleansing. And the headquarters in Dragoncloud City, which has been here for 160 years, and everything that the Secret Intelligence Department has been operating here for more than 100 years will probably disappear. Raphael snorted softly. His emotions unclear. Because of this hasty and stupid plan. To save you. Chapter 338. The two of them sat diagonally facing each other, leaning against the wall. They looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Thales coughed and spoke softly. "What's the situation in Dragoncloud City up there now?" Raphael opened his eyes. "Very bad." The pupils of the person from the Secret Intelligence Department shrank. Ever since King Nuvan passed away 6 years ago, the Starkiller's White Blade Guards have been brandishing their blades with a murderous aura. They've been madly cleaning up Dragoncloud City's underground intelligence network at all costs. They've practically turned the entire city into an airtight iron bucket. Even the secret room has suffered heavy losses, let alone us. Now the Prince of Constellation's disappearance has too many implications, and it involves war. Dragoncloud City has been completely locked down. Entry is allowed, but exit is not allowed. Strict searches are conducted from house to house. I heard that the Starkiller flew into a rage and madly chased after the Prince of Constellation all over the city, not letting go of any channels and information. He locked up batch after batch of suspicious people, including some great nobles. He doesn't acknowledge anyone's favor, and the cautious Leaspan is even supporting him from behind. Thales listened to the person's narration without saying a word. "So you went to Lampard today and messed up our plans. That was really stupid. And we risked our lives to rescue you, which was the worst of the worst." Raphael's expression was tense. At least at this moment, everyone in Dragoncloud City is tense, and everyone is in danger. At least, almost all the escape routes in the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department can't be used anymore. When he heard this, Thales sighed heavily. Raphael saw the prince's expression, cleared his throat, and changed the topic. "But it's not that there isn't any good news. The day of the State Affairs hearing involves too many people, and there are all sorts of people in the city. Your disappearance, whether it's the vassals and suzerains under Dragoncloud City, the city of faraway prayers with ulterior motives, or the aggressive Black Sand region, these people are all suspected of kidnapping you. They don't trust each other, and even view each other as enemies. This will take up Dragoncloud City's energy and attention. The Starkiller and Leaspan need time and means to investigate them one by one. If it were any other time, they might not have encountered such a good opportunity to take the risk to rescue you." As he listened to the comforting words, Thales forced a smile. The prince braced himself and asked, "Then we're trapped here and can't leave?" Raphael shrugged. Viscount Putray said that he has an unorthodox way of getting in touch. But before he could finish speaking, a third person's voice came from the dark tunnel. "Very soon, Your Highness. You have to leave before dark." Thales and Raphael stood up at the same time and turned to the other side of the tunnel. There, A middle-aged man holding an everlasting lamp slowly walked over. Put Ray. Thale's eyelids twitched, and he said in pleasant surprise, I haven't seen you since I came out of the hall. How are you? The thin Put Ray looked exhausted and forced a smile. Thanks to you, I'm fine for now. When Lampard appeared in the hall, I had a bad feeling. So, I quickly slipped out to make arrangements. When Thale saw him, his anxious and gloomy mood instantly became much better. Raphael chuckled with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. But Thale's expression immediately changed. Wait, you said that I have to leave before dark. Thales mulled over this sentence and was immediately shocked. He looked back and forth between Raphael and Put Ray. You're not coming with me? Raphael and Put Ray exchanged a glance. The disappearance of the Prince of Constellation is a huge matter. The Baron Bone Man pursed his lips and his expression changed. If the kingdom's secret intelligence department appears indifferent and quiet, wouldn't it be too suspicious? Raphael looked at the puzzled Thales and nodded. That's right. Not only can I not leave, but I also have to appear immediately and anxiously gather information everywhere, just like a normal person from the kingdom's secret intelligence department would do. It would be best if I'm discovered by the Star Killer and thrown into prison. Only then can I better cover your escape. Thales was stunned. He stared blankly at Raphael, who was dressed in white and appeared calm. He was momentarily speechless. Is that so? It's not just him. Put Ray sighed, and withdrew the hand which he had put into his pocket for his pipe. It's the same for the people around you, including me. We all have to stay in Dragon Cloud City and maintain the status quo. It's not only to divert attention from you, but also to continue gathering information until everything is settled and you successfully return to the kingdom. Thales pursed his lips. Yes, he escaped. But he was feeling very complicated right now. Yes, Your Highness. Although the arrangements are in place, Put Ray smiled faintly, but to Thales, this smile was rather bitter. But you will have to walk the rest of the way on your own. Thales turned to Put Ray and raised his eyebrows. But Put Ray only stared at him silently. In the end, the prince suppressed his other emotions. Is that so? He put away all unnecessary emotions and nodded indifferently. Beside him, Raphael said calmly, apart from that, who else among the people around you could possibly know that you would escape from here today? We have to consider the worst possibility. Thales tried his best to dispel the gloom in his heart and pulled himself together. No one knows. The prince pondered for a moment. Apart from Ida and Jened, who could not avoid it among the others, I only gave Waya some hints. Poor Waya. I hope you can remember why I told you. No matter what happens, do not panic. Fortunately, before I left, the sensitive Ralph should have sensed something. Very good, Raphael said seriously. Are there any loopholes or threats? Thales shifted his gaze and pondered carefully. Justin's subordinates, among the Grand Duchess guards that are in charge of protecting me, there are 4 people specifically assigned to monitor my movements. Some of them might suspect Jenny, but it doesn't matter. I've destroyed all communications. Thales shook his head. One of the Archduchess maids is on a mission. She has been eavesdropping on my conversations with the Archduchess for the past 6 years. Such is my farewell to the Archduchess this time. But it should be fine. She will think that I said goodbye because I was going to Black Sand region. The servant who cleans my room is Lee Span and Nicholas' informant. He often stealthily flips through my books, letters, and even scribbles when I'm not around. But I've confirmed that I didn't leave behind anything suspicious. Thales continued to speak as he pondered. Every time he mentioned a point, the other 2 frowned a little more. Ida told me that an Archduchess guard who used to be a scout and was in charge of guarding the roof can use a reed to eavesdrop on my conversations with my subordinates in my room at night. So when he starts eavesdropping, I will deliberately change the topic. And these few days, I have rarely talked to them about my recent situation. Nicholas and Gings will judge whether I am abnormal based on my daily routine and habits. But for this reason, I have tried my best to be as casual as possible, whether it is my resting spot in the palace or my daily routine. I should not be able to find any pattern. And this time, I came out in the name of meeting Lampard, so it will not arouse suspicion. Lord Justin has a small notebook. Every time I come out to play chess, he secretly pays attention to my every move, the person I talk to, the route I take, and even my movements when I ride a horse. Even after the game is over, he will come up and record my final game. Justin suspects that it is a secret code. But fortunately, everything I do in the chess room has nothing to do with this cellar. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Thales finished speaking and looked at the other two again. Raphael and Put-Ray looked at each other. Both of them seemed a little surprised. This young man has been in Dragoncloud City for the past 6 years. How did he come here? In fact, it's not just this, Thales thought quietly. In the future, I can probably write a book called The Prince in the North. The Days I Battled Wits and Bravery with the Star Killer. Raphael coughed and said a little unnaturally, "It sounds all right." Put-Ray sighed almost imperceptibly. He nodded. "Very good. I have already made arrangements for leaving the city. I asked some of my friends for help. Even though it is not as reliable as using my own people, it should not be a problem." Thales hummed in acknowledgement, but he immediately thought of something. "What about after we leave the city?" The prince frowned and said, "I can guarantee that after such a major incident, the roads leading south from Dragoncloud City are all checkpoints. They are strictly guarded against every 13 or 14-year-old boy. The same is probably true for Prestige Orchid Region and Black Sand Region. To prevent me from returning to Constellation, the area around Broken Dragon Fortress will definitely be under martial law again. Even birds cannot fly over. How do I return to Constellation?" This time, Put-Ray and Raphael exchanged glances again. Both of them seemed to be smiling. "That's right. Lampard will not let you freely pass through Black Sand Region." Put-Ray smiled and shook his head. "So no, we are not going south." "Not going south." Thales thought for a moment and said solemnly, "All right, the other directions. Going north is impossible, unless I want to seek refuge with the orcs at Queeker Glacier. So I can either go east, travel 1,000 miles, pass through Beacon Illumination City to Elefir City, then take a boat south to Constellation." But before Thales, who was thinking hard, Put-Ray only raised a finger and shook it slightly, interrupting him. "No, we are also going east, and we are not taking a boat." Raphael snorted softly beside him. "Neither," he said resolutely and decisively. "You go west." Thales was slightly startled. "West?" Raphael's expression did not change. He continued to nod. "First enter the territory of the City of Faraway Prayers, then head south to the Great Desert, then head east from the desert to Constellation's western desert hill." "Wait a minute." Thales recalled the words Quide often used to threaten them a long time ago when they were child beggars in the abandoned house. "Son of AB*TCH, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will sell you to the Great Desert, you little brat. You will become a meal for the Barren Bone people. Head south to the Great Desert." Thales frowned in disbelief. That chaotic Great Desert filled with desert bandits, rogues, criminals, and even the Barren Bone tribe and orcs? That terrifying, bloody, complicated, dangerous Great Desert filled with all kinds of strange legends that even the ancient empire could not conquer? Raphael did not speak. He only stared at him. The prince clicked his tongue and repeated the adverb 3 times. "That is much, much more difficult than heading south to Black Sand Region." "Are you serious?" Put-Ray snickered. "Yes, Your Highness. What you need to pass through is a certain part of the chaotic Great Desert that was once filled with desert bandits, rogues, criminals, and even the Barren Bone tribe and orcs." The thin middle-aged man sighed. Thales instantly grasped the keyword. His brain seemed to have stopped for a moment before it instantly restarted. "Wait." He opened his mouth wide in surprise. "You mean, once?" "Once." "No way." "That means—" A wonderful thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Thales' gaze became unfocused. His breathing began to quicken uncontrollably. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The prince raised his head abruptly and stared at the smiling Put-Ray. His tone was tense. "Put-Ray. Constellation's army. 2,000 cavaliers or something. They crossed Blade Fang's dune camp in an unprecedented manner, crossed a small part of the desert, and arrived at the border between the City of Faraway Prayers and the Alliance of Freedom." Put-Ray laughed again when he heard the prince's words. Thales looked at his expression and became more certain in his heart. He finally asked in shock, "They did not go to support the Alliance of Freedom, did they?" Raphael snorted coldly and turned his head away. "Of course not." Put-Ray took over the conversation. He stopped smiling and said flatly, "The Alliance of Freedom?" "Humph." He shook his head and said disdainfully, "Since that group of people could not obtain the Great Dragon's friendship, what makes them think that they can obtain Constellation's friendship?" Thales widened his eyes to the maximum. "So Constellation's army, their goal they are. Raphael shook his head and clicked his tongue. Put-Ray snorted softly and sighed. "That's right." At that moment, Thales finally understood. Constellation's army. They are. I see. The prince leaned against the wall weakly and heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, his emotions were incredibly complicated. There was a mixture of realization, sadness, and relief. I also found it strange that in Gilbert's letter, Madame Gines, who has always been swift and decisive, actually nagged me to eat more Western Desert's bitter vegetables. Ha! Western Desert's bitter vegetables. Ha! Western Desert, she meant. Thales smiled bitterly. His tone was hoarse and his emotions surged. He could not continue speaking for a moment. Put-Ray looked at the prince's expression and nodded slowly. He continued Thales' sentence. Yes, over the past month or so, thousands of Constellation soldiers have set off from Western Desert and marched all the way to the northwest. As an unparalleled force in the desert, they swept through the northeastern part of the Great Desert at all costs, as well as the desert between At and Constellation. He let out a long sigh. As for the city of faraway prayers, since Rockne thinks that we want to interfere with the Alliance of Freedom, he will place all his troops on the western border of the kingdom and defend the direction of the Alliance of Freedom. He will have no time to care about the east and the interior of the desert. Thales closed his eyes gently. Putray's voice continued to ring in his ears. And those Constellation soldiers, they did not care about the cost, and the casualties they suffered as they ventured deep into the desert. They drove away and eliminated all the threats from the desert bandits, orcs, and barren bone tribes along the way. They even forced the city of faraway prayers to withdraw their troops. It was for you, the second prince, the heir to the kingdom in Northland. At that moment, Thales felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For me. Sending troops west, venturing deep into the desert. For me. No one could understand how he felt at that moment. As long as we get out of Dragoncloud City. Putray's voice was still calm, but there was a terrifying sharpness hidden beneath his words. It was a sharpness unique to the Western Peninsula's shield. From the city of faraway prayers to Western Desert Hill, be it the powerful and threatening Northlanders or the once insurmountable, chaotic Great Desert, be it the army, the checkpoints, the bandits, or the orcs, all obstacles have been completely cleared. Only Constellation's own army and flag are left behind, waiting for your return. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth lightly. His expression was tense. Put-Ray said calmly and without losing his vigor, with thousands upon thousands of soldiers advancing wave after wave, countless officials working hard day and night, and the kingdom recovering day by day. Your Highness Thales. From now on, your journey back to the kingdom begins. Chapter 339. A long time seemed to have passed. But Thales continued to stare at Put-Ray in a daze, unable to say a word. Put-Ray also gave him a smile full of wrinkles. So this is all for me, Thales said slowly. There was still a faint hint of surprise and sadness in his eyes. The entire constellation, the mobilizing of the army, the provocation of At, the chaos in the Alliance of Freedom, the sudden and frequent communications from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, it's all. Thales stared at the dusty inner wall around him in a daze. It was all connected. Everything was connected again. King Chapman's centralization of power, Dragoncloud City's internal strife, the city of faraway prayers' instigation, and the Alliance of Freedom's aborigines were not the only ones who insisted on bringing Thales to Black Sand region because they wanted to keep the chips in their hands for the war in the West. Because he might have guessed it. Perhaps he had guessed it the moment he heard that Constellation was marching into the desert. Aside from the complicated relationship between Dragoncloud City, Black Sand region, and the city of faraway prayers, the factor that truly led Constellation into this misty chess game and caused the shield of the Western Peninsula to enter the game. It was himself, the second prince, Thales Jadestar. Thales fell silent. Raphael looked at the prince and snorted softly. Why, are you overwhelmed by the favor? Put-Ray coughed and cast a displeased look at Raphael. Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. Yeah, a little bit. Even though it's strange to say this. Thales slowly leaned against the wall, as if he wanted to soothe his fluctuating emotions. He forced a smile, as if he was talking to the air that did not exist. Hee, it's been 6 years since I became a certain unlucky prince. I really didn't expect that. I would also have such a grand treatment one day. Thales, who slid to the floor, squeezed his lips absent-mindedly. Hee. Hearing Thales' tone, which was filled with complicated emotions, Put-Ray frowned slightly. Anyway, Put-Ray continued as if nothing had happened. After dark we will start from. But Thales suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. So, the prince sighed slightly. The kingdom's secret intelligence department sacrificed almost all of their intelligence resources in Dragon Cloud City, and perhaps even lost a lot of lives. Raphael's frown deepened when he heard this. The kingdom even sent out thousands of elite troops to clear the desert like never before, just to pave the way for my return. Put-Ray found it hard to get used to Thales' rather stiff tone. Sitting on the ground, Thales slowly raised his head. There was an unreadable light in his eyes. Also, you sent your troops to the desert at this time and forced your way to the borders of the city of faraway prayers. The prince inhaled slowly. His expression returned to normal, but it made the other two people feel even more uneasy. It was no different from helping Lampard. Not only did he escape, he also defeated the city of faraway prayers, subdued Black Sand region, intimidated the kingdom of the Great Dragon, and obtained power in all of At that the other 9 archdukes could not hope to attain. And as a result, Thales' expression tensed up. His gaze was solemn. The true enemy of Constellation, Chapman Lampard, that ambitious and terrifying king, that common elected king who aspired to rebuild At and destroy Constellation, will become more powerful from today onwards, even more powerful than before. Intelligence, military affairs, politics, diplomacy, and even the future. So many sacrifices were made just to get me, an invisible prince who has been silent in a foreign country for 6 years, out of here? At that moment, Thales seemed to be talking to himself. Was it worth it? The prince turned to his 2 subjects. His gaze was calm. Raphael's expression tensed up, while Put-Ray lowered his gaze and did not say a word. The silence lasted for a long time. The shadows cast by the everlasting lamp swayed back and forth on the wall, showing the atmosphere at that moment. Humph. The Baron Bone Man from the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department shook his head in disdain. Ever since the accident 6 years ago, Raphael stared at the prince, who had not been easy to deal with since 6 years ago. His tone was cold. Since the accident 6 years ago, we have been very clear that it is impossible to exchange you, the only heir who will affect the future of the kingdom, from At without paying any price. He changed the topic of his speech. However, after we made so many sacrifices and arrived at this point, you asked us this question in return. Was it worth it? Thales' expression darkened slightly. Raphael crossed his arms. His gaze was sharp as he swept his gaze over Thales from above. Don't you think that this is too? But Put-Ray suddenly spoke and cut off Raphael's words. I don't know. Both of them were attracted by Put-Ray's words, and they looked at him in puzzlement. Put-Ray's head was still lowered, but he spoke slowly with a serious tone, which was rarely seen on him. But you need to ask yourself. Ask yourself. Thales Jadestar. Thales froze for a moment. You used the 6 years that you wasted by being alone outside as a hostage in exchange for the well-being of thousands of people at the borders of the 2 countries. You used them to make a living, and in exchange for the kingdom's long-term stability and recuperation, Put-Ray said with a sigh. Was it worth it? Thales was stunned. He stared at Put-Ray, trying to read something from his face. The former deputy of the diplomatic mission slowly raised his head. Under the light of the waning lantern, Put-Ray's face looked stern and sharp. He did not look like the middle-aged man who used to be arrogant, merciless, and eccentric. It's the same. Only you can answer the question you asked just now. Yes, in order to save you, we paid a great price. And in the face of these costs that cannot be ignored, if you feel puzzled, if you feel pity, if you feel hesitant, and even if you feel guilty. Put-Ray stared at him with a piercing gaze. Then you should be the one to tell us. Thales' breathing became slower and slower. In the future you should tell us. Put-Ray's tone was stern. Tell those who died in Dragon Cloud City, tell those who swore to die in the desert, tell the whole of Constellation, and even the whole world. Tell us that in the summer of that year, countless people worked hard and spent money, suffered heavy casualties, gave up everything they had, gave up on their own spies, and even did not hesitate to nurture a tiger to become a powerful enemy of Constellation in the future, all for the sake of saving Prince Thales' Jade Star from the heavily besieged Dragon Cloud City and At. Thales subconsciously held his breath and sat up straight. He leaned his back against the cold and rough mud wall and stared intently at Putray. Putray took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone, "That's right. This is the most worthwhile thing we have ever done in our lives." His tone was solemn and meaningful. Thales' expression froze at this moment. On the other side, Raphael lowered his eyelids and pursed his lips. He did not speak again. The tunnel returned to its familiar silence. If you follow the plan and safely leave Dragon Cloud City's territory, our local reinforcement will meet you at the border between the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City. He will protect you all the way to the southeast, past the land of barren rocks in the City of Faraway Prayers, and send you into the Great Desert. In a secret room at the end of the tunnel, Raphael spread a yellowed map on a dusty triangular wooden table. With the help of a faint light, he explained his next step to Thales. Putray quietly leaned against the doorway and watched the prince listen attentively to their next step in the plan. Raphael pulled his finger downwards. The tip of his finger was closer to Constellation at the bottom right corner. Thales' gaze moved accordingly. Once you enter the Great Desert, your greatest enemy will no longer be your pursuers, but the weather and geography. A barely noticeable change appeared in Raphael's gaze. But don't worry. First of all, the northeastern end of the Great Desert has already been largely cleared by Constellation's expeditionary army who went deep into the desert. No barren bone tribe, orcs, or desert bandits with more than 20 people will dare to stay within our clearing line. At most, there will only be a few unlucky ones who did not manage to escape in time. Second, the reinforcement from Constellation will also head north and meet you at the border between the Great Desert and the City of Faraway Prayers. You will then head south to the desert. Meet? Thales exhaled in resignation. So, am I really some kind of commodity? Raphael was still talking and did not notice that Thales was a little unnatural. We will ensure that you have trustworthy forces and people to protect you from the outside of Dragon Cloud City to the Great Desert. Of course, there won't be too many of them, but they will all be rare elites in the world. We will ensure that any accidents that slip through the net in the desert will not pose a threat to you. In the Great Desert, our cavaliers will patrol day and night to clear out threats. At the same time, they will maintain the smooth flow of supply lines between several large oases. Raphael tapped the map lightly and drew a dotted line between a few small green dots. If you run into them, as long as you reveal your identity, you will be escorted to the nearest military camp or supply point. Even if you don't run into them, you don't have to worry. The people escorting you know the route. As long as you go through the oases one by one according to the plan and stay within our patrol area, you will be safe. Until we escort you back to Bladefang's Dune, the furthest end of Constellation's western front line. It is one of our largest military bases in the desert. That place is already our territory. If you head further east, you will enter Western Desert Hill. Raphael raised his head, and a faint light flashed in his red eyes. His Majesty has already negotiated with the 3 great clans of Western Desert, including Duke Fakenhaz. From Bladefang's Dune to the ruins, from Wing Fort to Brave Soul's Fort, you can get all the help you need from the 3 great clans and their vassals. The prince's safe return is their first priority. When he heard this, Thales' gaze froze for a moment. Fakenhaz. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert, the suzerain of the ruins, Cyril Fakenhaz. His memory returned to the Hall of Stars a long time ago. The middle-aged duke with sparse hair, a haggard face, and a face that resembled that of a ghost limped into the hall with the support of a walking stick. He had a creepy smile, a cold, sharp voice, and merciless sarcasm. It's that unwelcome person. Head east through the ruins. The royal guards and part of the regular army will receive you on the Avenue of Blessings, which runs from east to west. They will escort you safely back to Eternal Star City. Any more questions? Raphael finished his sentence. Thales nodded. Are you talking about the most mysterious 4-eyed skull family among the 6 great clans, Fakenhaz of the ruins? Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present. Can they be trusted? Raphael's moving fingers paused on the map. Thales twitched the corner of his mouth. Maybe they don't welcome me as much as I thought they would? I still remember when I left 6 years ago. Sir Zayn Covendier, who was also one of the 6 Grand Dukes, was so friendly. He even specially came to bid me farewell. The prince raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "Putray, do you still remember?" Putray could not help but laugh. Raphael paused. "His Majesty will make sure of this." But the Baron Bone Man paused for less than a second. His tone was very firm. "The suzerains of the Western Desert, be it Falkenhaz, Bosdorf, or the Chroma family, can all be trusted. Their soldiers are also in the army entering the desert from the west. The regular army of the royal family in Bladefang's camp alone is not enough to clear the desert. All of them can be trusted." Thales shrugged non-committally. "I don't hear that often." Raphael furrowed his eyebrows. Putray chuckled softly. "Thales, I know that your 6 years of unique life has made you quite cautious." Putray interrupted the conversation. "This is not without reason. After all, the return of the heir will not only affect you, but also the whole of Constellation. This is no less than a political storm, and it will affect all parties." Thales snorted softly. The Thin Lord spoke slowly. "However, please believe me when I say that in order for you to return to Constellation safely, the nobles in Eternal Star City who hide behind the scenes and play games with each other are not any easier or simpler than the rugged men in Dragon Cloud City. Gilbert is one of them." When he heard the familiar name, Thales moved slightly. Putray stared at him seriously. "They have already put in a lot of effort and even paid a great price to ensure that Western Desert is completely on our side. And what you need to worry about the most right now." Putray did not continue. Thales stared at him from afar and remained silent for a few seconds. The prince nodded and closed his eyes. "I understand. The desert and the nobles. This journey," he sighed in his heart. Raphael and Putray looked at each other. They did not say anything. "Very good. What's left is how you are going to get out of the city." "This is the most urgent matter at hand," Raphael said faintly. "His Grace will tell you in detail. After all, this is his way." Raphael glanced at Putray. "Should be reliable?" Putray gently took out his pipe and shook his head in resignation. The Baron Bone Man turned his head back. "Then I think we should bid farewell here." Thales was still thinking with his eyes closed. When he heard that, he was shocked and quickly looked at Raphael. "Now? You're leaving?" But Raphael ignored the prince's surprise. He still had that relaxed smile on his face, as if he did not care. "Your Highness, although I always say that nothing will happen," Raphael tightened his collar and pulled up his sleeves a little more, "but based on your personality and experiences over the past few years, it would not be surprising if you really ran into an accident in the desert." Thales' face immediately darkened. "Wait a minute. What do you mean by running into an accident?" He silently criticized. Raphael was clearly smiling, but it made Thales speechless. "But, since the age of the Empire, there has been a saying in the Great Desert." Thales was stunned for a few seconds. "A saying in the Great Desert?" Thales looked at the man's red eyes. His limited knowledge and doubts flooded his mind. "Is it a proverb and legend of the Baron Bone people? It's your homeland." Putray coughed for no apparent reason. Raphael seemed to have just come back to his senses. His frozen expression moved again. "No, the Great Desert is no one's homeland. To the Great Desert, everyone is just a passerby. If you want to go to the Great Desert, please remember this, Your Highness." Raphael changed the topic. His tone became cold, and his gaze was sharp and fierce. "The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. The desert god has no forgiveness, and the Great Desert will be forgiven." "What? Desert god?" Thales blinked, trying hard to understand. "It doesn't sound like the lingua franca." Thales searched for this special phrase in his mind, and suddenly found a sense of familiarity that he only had when he was studying in Mindy's hall. It sounds like an ancient poem in Cahill's Yellowhammer's poetry collection. What does it mean?" Raphael smiled faintly and put his hand into his pocket. There was a slight sense of melancholy in his eyes. The desert god is one of the most primitive beliefs in the Great Desert. It represents a cruel existence that is one with the Great Desert. The residents of the Great Desert love, hate, respect, and fear it. Putray was coughing again. The Baron Bone Man's dark red eyes slowly focused, but in the next moment, He gently lowered his head and covered his eyes with his hands that were in his pocket. The weak fear disaster, and the lucky seek forgiveness. Only those who abandon weakness and luck at the same time can find a foothold in the merciless great desert. The moment he finished speaking, Raphael slowly raised his head. Thales shuddered. The moment Raphael put his hand down, the Baron Bone Man's strange red eyes had already turned into the most ordinary dark brown, calm and unchanging. Your Highness, we will meet again in Eternal Star City. While Thales was slightly stunned, Raphael, with a pair of disguised brand-new brown eyes, turned around and left without any reluctance. Only a white robe was left behind, and it gradually disappeared into the darkness. It was silent, as if it was an illusion, just like his appearance. Young people always like to pretend to be cool and profound. Putray shook his head, took out a flint, and muttered to himself, "Don't learn from him, Thales. Otherwise, you deserve to be single on Singles Day." Thales ignored Putray. He frowned and stared at the darkness that drowned Raphael. It's so dark around us, and that guy didn't even carry a lamp. How did he see the road? The prince complained in a low voice. Thales originally thought that no one heard his complaints. Then in the deep darkness, Raphael's smiling voice traveled. As long as you eat more liver and fruits, you can also find light in the darkness. Thales' smile froze on his face. Damn it. Chapter 340. Thales thought that Raphael's warning was enough to make him uneasy. Until Putray used 30 seconds to explain to Thales the way to get him out of the city safely in the smoke-filled tunnel. Thales' face twitched as he looked at Putray, who had a natural expression on his face. Follow me. Walk forward. And smile. That's it. Wait. Thales stared incredulously at Putray, who was intoxicated by the smoke. What do you mean by walk forward, and smile at the contact in a friendly manner? Putray took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a perfect smoke ring. And there's no disguise, no. The prince was deeply worried and contemptuous of Putray's vague explanation. Who is the contact? When do we meet? How is he going to send me out? Cough. Putray's smoke clouded the already dim vision in the tunnel, and the pungent smell of the tobacco made Thales cough repeatedly. Forgive me, Your Highness. Putray was calm. Over the past month, just the people in Dragon Cloud City following behind me is enough to make me suffer. I don't even have the time to smoke. Don't worry, the contact will find you. Putray smiled softly in the face of Thales' accusatory gaze. And the place you're going is relatively safe. As for why you're not in disguise, I'm afraid that he won't recognize you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Him. Putray took 2 steps to stand in front of him. With a smile, he wrapped his arm around Thales' shoulders and pulled him out. All right, enough with the nonsense. Putray bit his cigarette and exhaled another puff of smoke. Your Highness, I'll send you off now. Thales' doubts did not diminish. What? The prince pinched his nose and frowned. He struggled to find the path under his feet in the smoke. But that's all you said. However, just as he spoke, Putray pressed his palm down and covered his mouth. Putray's expression was stern as he gestured for him to keep quiet. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously held his breath and inhaled slowly through his nose. But Putray exhaled another puff of smoke. His mouth was still opening and closing. Believe me, it's enough to say this. My path is absolutely safe. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Putray coldly led him forward, not stopping for even a moment. They passed through a fork in the road and walked towards the next everlasting lamp under the cover of the smoke. The more Thales walked, the more frightened he became. Who was he guarding against? No. Thales sobered up. He knew. In this underground tunnel, the only thing Putray had to guard against was. It was only when he arrived in front of a secret door that was as ugly as the surrounding mud walls that the tunnel behind him returned to darkness and could no longer be seen did Putray stop. He paused for a few seconds and turned his head around to listen to something. After a while, he took a deep breath and let go of Thales. Looks like he has indeed left. Putray put down his extinguished pipe, and his face relaxed a little. Thales stared at him in disbelief and whispered, What happened? Why? But Putray quickly answered his question. The thin middle-aged lord leaned against the wall and sighed. Since the people from the Secret Intelligence Department have left, it's time. The middle-aged man's face flickered back and forth under the illumination of the everlasting lamp. Dust fell on his shoulders and left spots of dirt, but Put-Ray had no intention of wiping them off. Thales thought of something. It had been a long time since he saw Put-Ray like this. The last time I saw him was 6 years ago? Under the dim light, Put-Ray composed his emotions before he slowly said, "Listen well, Your Highness. What I am going to say next is something that Gilbert, that sanctimonious old fox, would never say to you. He will only encourage you to be a good prince and bring the kingdom to the top with his eyes full of stars. And it will not be something that the extremely mysterious Secret Intelligence Department will tell you. Their principle is always the fewer the better, regardless of whether it is an insider or a participant." The more Thales listened, the stranger he felt. "Gilbert and the Secret Intelligence Department won't tell me." Put-Ray. The prince stared at him in disbelief. What insider? What participant? Put-Ray pursed his lips. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made him look even more tired. "Your Highness, we paid such a huge price to save you, but you just asked, is it worth it?" Put-Ray furrowed his eyebrows tightly and held the pipe in his hand upside down. He did not even care about the ashes spilling out. That was not just out of guilt, was it? "You are also suspicious." Thales was momentarily stunned. He sized up Put-Ray with a doubtful gaze. "What do you want to say?" Put-Ray closed his eyes, inhaled slowly, and exhaled leisurely. "What I want to answer you is the doubt that you have had since I came to Dragon Cloud City dozens of days ago." Thales' expression became solemn. Put-Ray opened his eyes. "Your Highness," Put-Ray said sternly, as if he had made up his mind about something. "You once asked me where I have been for the past 6 years, and why I only appeared now to bring you back to the kingdom." Put-Ray seemed to have made up his mind about something. "Why now?" Thales first furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Then, filled with doubts, he nodded slightly under Put-Ray's rather abnormal gaze. "Yes." In the narrow passage, Thales and Put-Ray leaned against the walls on both sides. They faced each other in silence and looked at each other's faces, which were half lit and half dark under the light. "You are right," Put-Ray said softly. "We did not decide to rescue you on a whim, or because we felt that 6 years was too long. There is a reason why we, including the Secret Intelligence Department, who had been secretly watching over you for 6 years, suddenly appeared in Dragon Cloud City to rescue you." Thales' pupils focused slightly. His heartbeat slowly quickened. "You mean?" Put-Ray inhaled again, as though this action required a great deal of courage from him. "I think there are some things you have to know. At least some parts of it." Thales was terrified to realize that Put-Ray's tone was actually trembling slightly. Even he began to feel nervous unknowingly. "Your Highness, do you still remember what happened in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago?" "Phew." Thales exhaled and tried to recall those unpleasant memories. "I would like to forget about the calamity attacking the city, the great dragon returning, Lampard regicide, and—" But Put-Ray interrupted him almost rudely. "No," the Thin Lord said coldly. "It's not just these. On that day 6 years ago, in a dark place that we cannot see, outside Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District, some other things happened." Thales' eyes slowly widened. "Other things?" "I believe you can tell that when I was young, I worked under Prince Midier." Put-Ray talked about the past. His voice sounded a little pained. "Sometimes, I would get closer to the Secret Intelligence Department. That's why I was able to find the necessary support so quickly during the crisis 6 years ago." Thales' heart froze. He began to size up the man in front of him again. "Yes, I can see it. But this is the first time you admit it." Put-Ray Nemain. Put-Ray heaved a long sigh, as if he was still reminiscing about the past. 6 years ago, the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City above us had not yet been renovated into this chess room. At that time, it was just an inn. Put-Ray's weariness was clear on his face. "That night, I received help from the owner of this place. That was how I obtained support, gathered resources, and gave the order to take action. It was all thanks to him that you were able to escape from prison." Thales subconsciously looked up. Of course, he could only see a bumpy ceiling and some cobwebs in the corners of the walls. Even his nose was filled with a coldness and slight dampness unique to the basement. The chess room. The headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? The prince lowered his head. He was still puzzled. But Putre nodded as he thought. But on the morning we broke into the palace and fought against Lampard. Putre's tone was heavy and sad. The owner of this inn was the person in charge of the At branch of the Secret Intelligence Department. She was a special class intelligence officer who had been lurking here for nearly 20 years. Karen Booker died an unnatural death. Thales was shocked at first. Then he rolled his eyes. He could understand Putre's sadness, and could understand the strangeness of Booker's unnatural death. But compared to what Putre wanted to say, Thales quickly asked, "The intelligence officer died an unnatural death? What happened?" Putre's gaze dimmed. His face contorted a few times under the flickering light. Burglary. The robber stabbed Booker in the back 4 times. Thales frowned. But yes, Booker is my old friend for many years. Putre nodded as if he had the foresight to guess what Thales was thinking. I know his capabilities. Even if the night of the calamity and the dragon's arrival was chaotic, no robber could have taken Booker's life. He stared at him without saying a word, patiently waiting for him to continue speaking. With his next sentence, Putre got to the main point. Putre widened his eyes, his lips trembled slightly, and his expression was solemn. But what was truly terrifying was what he recorded. The Secret Intelligence Department's secret code that Booker recorded in the inn's account book. In those few days he met some people, found some things, and obtained some scattered clues, Your Highness. For the past 6 years, the Secret Intelligence Department and I have been tracking down these clues left behind after Booker's death. In the darkness, Putre turned his face to the side to avoid the light. His entire face sank into the darkness. It was only recently that we managed to track down some results. Thales was a little anxious. What results? Putre first exhaled slowly, as if he was expelling something. Then he inhaled deeply, as if he was gathering something. His slightly hoarse voice rose tiredly. Some old things, things that even the Black Prophet could not keep calm about. Things that were terrifying enough to shake the entire kingdom. Thales widened his eyes. What? The Black Prophet? Shake the kingdom? Putre nodded solemnly. From that day onwards, we understood that you were actually not safe, and neither was Constellation. So, the matter of your rescue has been elevated to the kingdom's and even the Secret Intelligence Department's most urgent task. With indescribable pity and grief, he stared at Thales. So on this day, 6 years later, Renaissance Palace has decided to bring you out of At and back to Eternal Star City at all costs. Thales was stunned. He did not understand. Putre seemed to heave a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. This is the answer. It is the answer to what I have been doing for the past 6 years, and the answer to why you suddenly returned to the kingdom. But Thales still did not relax. He stood up abruptly. What? What exactly is it? He could not help but raise his voice. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, what exactly happened above our heads? What was it that could shake all of Constellation? Putre's eyes were fixed on Putre anxiously as he searched for his wording. But Putre disappointed him. The other party shook his head. No, Your Highness, that is all I have to say. Thales immediately became anxious. But Putre raised a hand and interrupted him. Because I do not know either. Putre's face was filled with worry and misery. I do not know, nor do I dare to believe that what I discovered is the truth. I also do not know that the truth I understand and the truth the Secret Intelligence Department saw, and... He paused for a moment. But Putre still continued to speak. Is it the same as the truth His Majesty, who is sitting on the throne, believes in? How far is it from the truth? His Majesty? A chill that came out of nowhere crept up Thales' spine. Putre suddenly raised his head, as if he had regained his strength. Remember, Your Highness. His voice was tense, and he spoke faster. There was a hint of anguish in his voice that was difficult to hide. Regarding this matter, do not trust anyone, do not be certain of anything, do not be limited to any impressions. Sometimes, even the scene before your eyes may be a lie and an illusion. The more Thales listened, the more puzzled he became. What is he saying? What exactly is going on? Finally, like a suffocating and dying patient who finally breathed in for the first time, Putre calmed down from his trembling body and resumed his long drawn-out breaths. The pipe in his hand was almost broken into two. But Putre's next sentence caused Thales to lose his composure. Your Highness, you must do this, and you should do this. The truth about the bloody year, about your own life, Putre said in a heavy and sorrowful tone. You can only uncover it yourself, investigate it, and verify it. At that moment, it was as if someone was beating a war drum beside his ear. Thales shuddered. The prince's thoughts spun rapidly. His unusual mind instantly grasped countless pieces of information that matched his words. The bloody year? Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. The map of Renaissance Palace that King Nuvan gave him many years ago was tightly pressed against his lapel. But was the bloody year not the second prince, Horus? Was it not Black Sword and the others who assassinated me? And my life? But didn't the Queen of the Sky say that my name in the Draconic language? Thales' face was pale. He remembered Saroma's warning before he left. Thales, 18 years ago, Constellation's bloody year, is related to the calamities. Asda Giza. His mind was in a mess. The surplus of information almost made him lose himself. Putre, the Black Prophet, the Secret Intelligence Department, and even King Kessel. Did they discover some secret? Discover some secret? How much of it overlaps with the secret I know? Thales swayed a little and leaned against the wall. Silence returned to the tunnel. After a few seconds, the prince slowly raised his head and stared at the person in front of him blankly. He stared at the middle-aged man's dead gaze. Putre looked at the secret door and sighed softly. It's time. You should depart, Your Highness. This was Putre's parting words. The secret door opened. A teenager slowly walked out of the secret passage, climbed out of a cave, bypassed the ruins of the low wall that served as a cover, and walked into this remote and deserted alley. He stopped and slowly raised his head. The teenager stood in a daze in the open-air Dragon Cloud City. He stood in a corner filled with junk. His thoughts were in a mess. In the distance, the bright moon had already risen. It illuminated his path home. At this moment, ha ha ha! In the distance outside the alley, a rude and unpleasant voice rang out of nowhere. Ha ha ha, this is impossible. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously pressed himself against the wall and held his breath. We respect you, so we are not joking. Another slightly callous voice rang out. Dragon Cloud City is no longer the same as before. This matter must be resolved. The new bosses of Bao District have already expressed their stance. As long as you agree, they are willing to. The rude and violent voice rang out again, as if he did not care about politely interrupting the former person. You know, a few hours ago, that dead-faced man with drooping eyebrows from Heroic Spirit Palace also came to me. His goal was similar to yours, and what he said was also similar. The rude voice imitated the dead-faced man in his words. He was much more impressive than the few of you. He carried that ugly blade on his back and led 2 rows of guards into Shield District in an aggressive manner. He slammed the blade in front of me and looked as if he would kill anyone who stared at him. He said as if he was demanding a debt. In the name of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I want the whereabouts of that prince. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. But there was only mockery in the rude voice's laughter. The fear in his words could not be heard at all. Thales shuddered slightly. Are you saying that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? A third voice rose from the other side. He seemed to be in cahoots with the previous cold voice. He asked cautiously, You mean that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? Star killer? When he heard the familiar name, Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present and threw away all unnecessary emotions. It sounded like 2 parties were in a confrontation. The rude voice was the minority on one side, and the other side was the majority. Ha, do you know how I answered him? The rude and fierce voice rang out again, and it was filled with disdain. You better listen carefully, because I am also prepared to answer you in the same way. The next moment, it sounded like the owner of the rude voice spat on the ground. Bah! I don't give a f***ck if you are the star killer, the star manipulator, the Archduchess or the Archduchess. Chapter 341. The silver moon hung high in the sky, barely illuminating the remote and dilapidated alley. A few flickering torches shone through the only narrow crack leading to the outside. Thales snapped out of his daze when he heard the rude cursing outside the alley. Even though he was a little dizzy from moving underground, and the corners and alleys he passed through after he came to the surface were a little complicated, Thales knew very well that he had left the Secret Intelligence Department's protection and was exposed to Dragon Cloud City's field of vision. He was in danger. Right now, his only hope to get out of the city was the contact Putray had mentioned. Thales focused his attention. The Sin of Hell's river surged at the right time to strengthen his hearing. More than 10 different breathing sounds appeared in his sensory organs from 2 directions. One side had an advantage in numbers, and the other side came alone. You've been in Dragon Cloud City for so many years. This was the cold voice from before. When he spoke in the crowd, Thales could vaguely sense his impatience. You should know how serious this matter is. You also know how serious we are. This isn't a fight because of personal feelings. The rude voice responded with a disdainful sneer. Humph. Thales frowned slightly. Who are they? Where am I? Where is the person I'm supposed to meet? Damn Putray, he said he didn't want to be like the Secret Intelligence Department, but he still left me with a mystery. The confrontation between the 2 sides of the wall seemed to be continuing. The rude voice's reaction obviously made his opponents very unhappy. The third voice rose again, as if he was still trying hard to convince the boorish man. This is for our survival. From sealing the city, to raiding the city, to arresting people everywhere, they have never so crudely interfered with the gangs and underground businesses. Listen, Heroic Spirit Palace is serious this time. I think they don't even care if they die together with us. Thales felt a chill in his heart. A few hours had passed since noon, when Lampard was assassinated, and he fled Heroic Spirit Palace. The prince could roughly imagine Dragon Cloud City's current state. I don't think so, the rude voice answered casually. I'm doing quite well. Asterisk bang. Asterisk hey. Someone seemed to have knocked on a wooden board in anger. You old. But with another muffled sound, he who was about to explode in anger seemed to be stopped by his companions. Thales pushed his body closer to the rough and broken wall in front of him. He pricked up his ears and tried his best to grasp all the useful information he could. Really? It was the cautious third person. Compared to his cold-hearted companion, he seemed to be more inclined to solve the problem through negotiation. Since this afternoon, all the goods that we plan to sell this month have been confiscated from the market in Sword District. The old Black Hand of Camus Union has had his house raided in Dragonwing Square. Even the nobles of Spear District and Axe District have been sent to prison in batches. Even the subordinates of the powerful vassals like Karkagel have been implicated. As long as they have a criminal record, the patrol team will arrest them and send them to the water dungeon without any questions. And you, do you think that you're special? Do you think that you can stay out of the Poor People's Shield District and Hammer District just because of your relationship with the Groundshaker? Do you think that the patrols and the Archduchess guards will always let you go? He paused. A cold voice took over his words. You're wrong. And one day you will pay the price for it. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He heard a few key words. The prince subconsciously looked around. This remote alley seemed to be quite old. The irregular brick walls were badly damaged, as if they would collapse at the slightest touch. The house on the left that was connected to the alley had obviously not been inhabited for a long time. This half-built house was in a worse state than the abandoned house that Thales had stayed in before. It was as if someone had taken a huge hammer and smashed a third of it vertically downwards, starting from the roof. But Thales immediately realized that the ground under his feet was also full of broken stones and rotten wood. There was even a deep pit of unknown origin. It's like a messy battlefield. Is there such a place in Dragon Cloud City? When he thought of this, Thales shuddered slightly. Under the moonlight, he turned his head in disbelief. Through the narrow cracks in the alley and a few holes in the broken walls, he looked around. The broken beams of the house, the collapsed brick walls, the dirty path, and the faintly discernible stench. Thales was stunned. He recognized this place. He still remembered the rough and uneven texture of the dirt road under his feet, the old houses that were low and messy, and the alleys that were as complicated as a maze. The only thing missing was the hustle and bustle of people. This is... Thales touched the broken wall and stared blankly at the house whose roof had been smashed off. This is Shield District. This is Dragon Cloud City's Shield District. 6 years ago, It was the shield district that was destroyed in a single day under the frenzied battle between two mystics. It's the shield district where he escaped with Little Rascal. It's the shield district where he fought back with Black Sword. This is the place. An inexplicable melancholy surged in Thales's heart. It's been so many years. In the end, I still return to this place. However, doubts arose in Thales's heart. Why did Putray want me to come to this place? Ha 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 ha. The boorish voice suddenly laughed out loud, attracting Thales's attention. You will pay the price, ha 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 ha. The laughter was very bold and wild, but Thales could hear the displeasure and anger in it. With his senses strengthened by the sin of Hell's River, Thales could vaguely sense that the breathing of the group of people opposite the rough voice was getting rougher. It seemed like the situation was getting uglier. The laughter gradually stopped. You know. The rough voice stopped for a few seconds before he spoke in a low voice, even deeper than before. 6 years ago, Vlad could no longer survive in Dragon Cloud City, so he played some tricks and turned the bazaar and black market into a mess. Coupled with the disappearance of that Far Easterner, Bao District's business was also empty. So, for a period of time, all the overconfident scums wanted to snatch these few pieces of bones. The rough man paused for a moment, and there was a hint of danger in his voice. And after a few years of fighting, all of you who are still here actually think that you're somebody. Even the way you talk makes you sound like a big boss. Vlad? Is it the man with 8 braids under Lampard's command 6 years ago? Thales frowned. He subconsciously shrank back a little, completely hiding himself in the darkness behind the wall. Enough. The cold voice spoke again, as if he was the leader of this group of people. We don't know about the grudge between you and Vlad in the past, cripple. There was still no warmth in his words. We don't want to get involved, but everyone is making a living in Dragon Cloud City. Ha! The rough voice suddenly rose, interrupting him. Making a living? Even though this person was alone, he seemed to have a lot of guts. Not only was he not afraid in the face of so many people, his tone was even more arrogant. It's been a few years. With Vlad as an example, the increasingly strict patrols have confiscated your goods more than 10 times, be it by water, land, or underground. The amount of money you've lost is enough to buy Dragon Cloud City, but you're still persistent, as if you can't lose all your money. Hey, are you really just trying to make a living by occupying the bazaar? In the face of the rough voice's questioning, the group of people did not speak, but Thales could feel that their breathing had become faster and more frequent. Even so, all of you have never given up on giving gifts to the nobles in the inner city, as if you can't spend all your money. Including the receptionist who was hanged because he was in cahoots with Black Sand Region. I know that you were the ones who gave him all his benefits. The rough voice coughed and spat. He continued to speak disdainfully. Hey, you're not doing it for fame or profit, and you're still acting like you're worried about the country and its people? Tell me, which gang did this just to make a living? The group of people facing him was still silent, but Thales could already hear the sound of some people clenching their fists. Look, I know your background very well. The rough voice snorted and laughed again, but for some reason, it made people feel a chill run down their spines. I know who you're working for. I know whether you're doing it for self-protection, or if you have other motives and backers. Hey! Vlad has left, but his stench still lingers in this city, and it has not dissipated. The man's tough and boorish voice left a deep impression on Thales. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had met this person before. If I report this to the White Blade Guards, guess what the consequences will be? A silence that was longer than any before lingered between the two parties. White Blade Guards. This is bad. Thales, who was caught in the middle of this confrontation, only felt that the atmosphere was getting worse. He looked around anxiously, but to his disappointment, he realized that there were only 2 ways to leave the alley. He could either crawl out of the narrow crack in a carefree manner and arrive in front of the two parties, or he could step on the broken stones and broken wood on the ground from the other side and jump over the wall in a flashy manner. Neither of them is a good idea. After a long time, the cold voice in the crowd on the other side slowly sighed. There have been no White Blade Guards for a long time, Gleeward. His tone was soft, but it was malicious. Ever since the calamities descended and the day the great dragon reappeared, the late king has passed away, and times have changed. Both Xdet and Dragon Cloud City are no longer what they used to be. The words that rang in the night startled Thales a little. He had roughly figured out the identities of both parties. Their positions were probably not very high, but they should not be ignored in Dragon Cloud City. They affected many people's lives, and they were closely related to the middle management of the government like the patrol team. Thales felt a sense of familiarity toward this kind of person, which he had not seen in a long time. As expected in the next second, the boorish man known as Gleeward spoke coldly. "So, you found a new master?" He spat in disdain. "What? Is Chapman Lampard's penis so delicious that you have to queue up to take a sip of it when you pass by while taking a dump?" "Damn it!" One of them seemed to be unable to hold back his temper. He took a step forward, but he was immediately stopped. Silence. This time, it was the third voice. He seemed to be the one with the most weight after the cold voice. His words were obviously much more cautious. He spoke in a negotiating tone. "I know, Chief Gleeward, we usually don't interfere with each other, and we have a tacit understanding but this time." But Gleeward did not seem to buy it. His boorish voice interrupted the other person. "Then get lost." Gleeward's boorish voice was unpleasant and piercing to the ears. "I don't care how important that prince is, I don't care who assassinated that kinslayer, I don't care what kind of bullsh*T heroic spirit palace is playing, I don't care whose balls you black-skinned dogs are licking, I don't care whose bones you took to get involved, and I don't care whether you want to rebel or get promoted. I only care about one thing. You sons of B*cheese. Thales bit his lower lip. Thales bit his lower lip. As expected, his disappearance caused a series of chaos in Dragon Cloud City, and even affected these. Gleeward pounded his fists and growled, "I'm going to kill you. Stay away from my land." His words instantly caused the crowd to burst into an uproar. This old cripple. The sound of a blade stabbing into wood could be heard. "We should teach him a lesson." A few people sneered maliciously. "If you ask me," one person said in annoyance. But these people's words came to an abrupt halt. They seemed to have been stopped by their leader. Just when Thales breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the conflict had ended. "Gleeward, Gleeward, Gleeward," the famous Gleeward. It was the leader with the cold voice. "Your Gleeward, the one who is rumored to be able to fight against the 5 war generals." His voice traveled faintly into Thales' ears from beyond the illuminated alley. "You lost both your legs in the disaster 6 years ago. Since then, you have never been able to stand again." "Lost a pair of legs 6 years ago?" 6 years ago. Thales seized the word. Gleeward was silent for a few seconds. You're talking about my legs. They've been lame since decades ago." The rude man did not show any weakness. His laughter was still relaxed and at ease. 6 years ago, I thought they were an eyesore, so I sawed them off." "You have a problem with that?" The breeze blew through the narrow gap in the alley, creating a low whistling sound. The cold man continued, "Not only that, you've also lost an eye. Half of my vision." "Eye." Gleeward's voice suddenly rose. I thought it was too much for my head with it in my eye socket, so I took it off." A few muffled sounds were heard. He seemed to have flicked his forehead. The cold man laughed. "Also, you only have 3 fingers left on your left hand. You can't do anything whether you clench your fist or hold your weapon." Gleeward retorted nonchalantly, "Hey, have you never picked your nose before? Don't you think it's more convenient this way?" When he heard these words, Thales frowned deeply. That lonely figure outside the wall. What kind of man is he? The cold man ignored Gleeward and continued, "That's not all. In that disaster, your people suffered heavy casualties. Count them. How many of your brothers did you personally bury in Shield District 6 years ago?" This time, Gleeward was silent for a long time. A long time. It was as if he had fallen silent. Another gust of wind blew past. The firelight outside the alley trembled slightly. The man named Gleeward sucked in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "My brothers are made of iron." His voice was slightly deep, but he still refused to show any signs of weakness. Gleeward's voice trembled slightly. "Tisk, if we really fight, it's just a normal thing for us to fight 1 against 10. Silence was the only response he received. Thales listened quietly and formed an image of the man in his mind. He had lost both his legs, an eye, and his left hand was crippled. He was crude, rude, and ill-mannered. He was like a bandit. However, at the same time he was forthright, stubborn. After a while, the cold voice started to chuckle. Hee 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 hee. Don't make me laugh, Glee Ward. Look at how crippled you are now. Forget holding the Soul Slayer pike, you can't even stand up. You even have to rely on a wheelchair to walk. As a response, Glee Ward spat in disdain. Look around you. Look at this place that has been plowed by calamities and great beasts. It's poor, run-down, decaying, pitiful, despicable, the Shield District that you rely on for a living and are proud of. The cold man clicked his tongue and said, Look at this terrible state. Not only has your Shield District never recovered, it's getting worse. I heard that you don't even have enough manpower to watch over Oriole Brothel? Forget about the fact that you have to take care of the orphaned families of your brothers. Maybe you should ask your wives and daughters to help. You know, you can even earn some extra income by watching over the brothel. Mocking laughter rose from the crowd. This time, Thales did not hear Gleeward's retort. Think about it carefully. This is no longer your era, old cripple. There was a hint of threat in the cold man's words. If you force yourself and refuse to see reality clearly, you will only be digging your own grave and dragging everyone else down with you. The sound of footsteps rose. It seemed like the cold man was slowly pacing forward. Thales heard Gleeward's breathing become rougher. We didn't declare war on you not because we're afraid of you, but you seem to be looking down on us. Why? Do you think that you're still a famous supreme-class heavy swordsman? Do you think that you're still the respected Chief Glee Ward? Do you think that you're still the light of the people who can rally to your call in Dragon Cloud City? Or that hero who wields the Soul Slayer pike and protects Dragon Cloud City? But in reality, the man's voice was very calm, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions at all, but it was incredibly chilling. Since 6 years ago, you've been nothing. The one gasping for breath under that incomplete shell of yours is just a cripple waiting for death in a wheelchair. This time, Gleeward's breathing became rougher. He even let out a low, deep snort. But his rude voice did not come again. It was as if Gleeward had given up on fighting back. The cold voice caught Gleeward's sore spot. He smiled slowly. For example, right now, if we shoot you with crossbows from a dozen steps away, what can you do? If we're really serious, if we really want to do something to you, to Shield District, to Hammer District, to your poor subordinates, to their wives and children, to the livelihood of their employers, and to make their lives 100 times worse than they are now. The man's words became slower and slower, and it made Gleeward's heart grow colder. What do you think a cripple like you, who can't even walk, can't hold a sword steadily, can't even see the road clearly, and can only live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, can do? Gleeward still did not say a word. He seemed to have truly fallen silent. Look at the situation clearly and make a wise choice. The man sneered and stopped moving. Since you know the people behind us very well, then you should know that we are very powerful and can do it, but a cripple like you can't stop us and can't stop us. So, I'll give you another chance, Gleeward. Reconsider your answer. Chapter 342. In the next second, a frightening loud noise came from outside the alley. Bang. Thales was shocked. It sounded like someone's body had crashed into the wall. From the other side of the wall came a jumble of shouts and shouts. No, this bastard. Gleeward, get your weapons. But it was not over yet. Boom. Another muffled sound. To Thales, it sounded like a head-on collision between two fists. The clear sound of bones cracking was accompanied by cries of pain. Damn it, kill him. Swoosh. This time, it was the sound of blades cutting into flesh. This son of AB Tsich. Crack. This time, it was the sound of bones cracking. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill him, The continuous screams of the crowd rose from outside the alley. Thales became more and more nervous as he listened. What happened? Where are the throwing knives? Use the throwing knives to deal with. The chaotic crowd began to sound hysterical. I swear we won't let you go, won't. Everyone you hold dear, we will. Thud. Another muffled sound of a body falling to the ground cut off the threatening voice. Quick, give me the knife. Rip. Crash. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He was both unfamiliar and familiar with this sound. The arteries of the warriors on the battlefield were cut, and blood gushed out and splattered all over the ground. The sounds of the crowd grew more and more panicked. No, wait, we have something to talk about. Asterisk bang. Thud. Asterisk the muffled, fatal sounds rose again. Thales was terrified as he listened from behind the wall. The sounds of the crowd grew sparser. No, I'm just an errand boy. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales was startled. The wall he was leaning against trembled slightly, as if someone had been thrown over. A lot of dust fell from the wall. After that, the noises outside, whether it was the cries for help or the sounds of fighting, became much fewer. In the end, a loud voice begging for mercy came with a sobbing tone. Don't, it's their idea to stalk and catch you alone. I'm really not with them. But in the next moment, a chilling and clear voice rang out. Crack. Thales closed his eyes. He also recognized this voice. It was the sound of a neck being forcibly broken. After more than a dozen soul-stirring noises, the area behind the short wall finally quieted down. The chaos outside seemed to have subsided. It was only then that Thales opened his eyes solemnly and carefully. He held his breath. It can't be, right? In the terrifying silence, there were only 2 breaths left in the alley. One was steady, heavy, and slightly panting. One was panicking and anxious, and the frequency was rapid. Even if he activated the sin of Hell's river to its fullest, he could not hear the breathing of other living beings. There were only 2 people left? Thales closed his mouth in shock. A few seconds later, the boorish male voice that had not been heard for a long time was heard again, accompanied by a grunt. Humph, damned adept, you think you can be so unreasonable just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve? Ah, it really hurts. There was a sizzling sound, as if a blade had been pulled out of his flesh. Clang, the sound of metal hitting the floor. Following this sound, the other person's breathing behind the wall became even more rapid and unstable. YYU, GGGGGGGGGG Chief Gleeward, I am not. The voice was trembling. As a response, Gleeward's faint, cold chuckle traveled into his ears. Humph, a dozen or so people. You can't even beat a cripple in a wheelchair. I really feel ashamed for you. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. What the hell? 1 against a dozen, and there were even mutants among them. Yet he was so scared that he couldn't even say a word. Hey. However, Gleeward's next words caused his breathing to freeze. You're lucky, little man. I need a tongue to pass the message. The owner of the trembling voice seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence and immediately slowed down. The next second, he hurriedly said, as if he was crying tears of joy. Oh, of course. Chief Gleeward. Tell me, no matter what you say, I will. Humph. Gleeward's cold snort forced the survivor's fawning and trembling voice to swallow his words. In the terrifying silence, Thales, who was listening in the corner, did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was obvious that the person behind the wall was a dangerous character. Listen up, scum. Gleeward's rough and unpleasant voice rose slowly. Do you think that you can force me to submit to you with threats and violence? You must know that Vlad has used more than 10 years and used all his methods. In the end, he even brought the military crossbow from Black Sand region, but he still couldn't kill me. There was a rarely seen ferocity in Gleeward's voice. Humph, forget about losing a leg and an eye. Even if I can't speak, can't see, have my limbs rot, and am forever paralyzed, the boorish warrior's voice was deep, but his words were as hard as steel. I can still grit my teeth and jump out of bed, and each and every one of you, chew into pieces. Asterisk slap. Asterisk a cry of surprise rose from behind the wall. Thales could feel that the survivor had been lifted by Gleeward. Do you think that the Star Killer is very terrifying when he goes on a rampage in the city? Ha! The boorish man's voice became more and more terrifying. When you piss Gleeward off, you will know. That dead face who only knows how to behead people will be so gentle and gentle. Thales heard the sound of teeth chattering in that person's terrified breathing. Send the message back, Gleeward said coldly. I may not be able to protect my territory, my brother. But I am very good at holding grudges. From today onwards, anything that happens in my territory, and I mean anything, such as the little girl living opposite me losing her doll, or my neighbor's dog losing a bone in its bowl, I'll put it on your heads. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk it sounded like an index finger tapping his forehead. That shuddering breath was already trembling out of shape. You better pray that Shield District and Hammer District are safe and prosperous, or else. In return, I will tear each and every one of you apart, no matter where they hide, no matter how high their status is. Just like what you've seen. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of a human body falling to the ground was heard. Get lost, Gleeward said slowly, his voice as cold as ice. In the next second, amid the rapid and shuddering breaths, the sound of panicked footsteps rose. It knocked over countless items along the way, and there was also the sound of clothes rubbing against the ground. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Behind the wall, Thales quietly exhaled. Fortunately, he only felt his heart beating a little faster. It's over. Now, I just need to wait for the wheelchair to leave. Hey! That boorish male voice rose again. There was a hint of laziness in it. You, eavesdropper. Gleeward's deep voice traveled clearly into Thales' ears. How much longer are you going to hide? Thales felt a slight chill in his heart. What? He touched his stiff neck and raised his head with a dazed expression. He stared at the low wall that hid him completely. Calm down. Calm down. Thales. The prince pursed his lips in a hopeful manner. Maybe he's not talking about me? Humph. Stop pretending, you behind the wall. Gleeward seemed to be clenching his fists, and a frightening crisp sound rose. Is it fun to watch the show? Heh, you won't be so lucky when I catch you. The prince closed his eyes, filled with resignation. Thales took a deep breath. Look on the bright side, Thales. It's late at night, and this is the almost abandoned Shield District. That guy. He can't be someone who just happened to be taking a stroll here. Besides, based on what Gleeward said just now, he should be traveling alone, which is why he was surrounded by his opponents in this place. And coming to this place in the middle of the night means... Thales adjusted his breathing and used that reason to convince himself over and over again. Then, he resolutely took a step forward. He walked out of the narrow alley. A cold wind blew. The exaggerated temperature difference between day and night in Northland made Thales flinch. Outside the alley, a desolate and dilapidated Shield District appeared before him. But what really attracted his attention was the mess before him. Thales stared blankly at the scene under the night sky. More than 10 corpses lay motionless on the ground or stuck to the wall. Their postures were all different, and their expressions were frozen at the last moment. Some were horrified, some were terrified, and some were angry. Some of them had deformed limbs, some had their bodies bent, and some even had their organs spilling out. Under the contrast of the dark night and the bright moon, they looked exceptionally hideous and bizarre. A few torches fell weakly on the ground, but they still burned stubbornly, providing some illumination. Thales slipped. He accidentally stepped on a puddle of blood. It was like a slaughterhouse in the wild. In this scene that made people hold their breaths, Thales gulped hard and saw the only person who was still alive. A strong man sat on the ground, quietly bandaging the wound on his shoulder. Through the weak firelight and moonlight, Thales immediately saw the man's most distinctive feature. He did not have legs. In any case, Ralph's legs still reached his knees. However, the boorish and muscular man in front of him did not have any pants below his thighs. His pants were tied into 2 knots, showing off his misfortune in the past. Thales frowned slightly. The man named Gleeward snorted coldly. He bit the cloth used to bandage his wound and forced himself to raise his head. Tell me, you followed me here in the middle of the night. Were you sent by Nicholas, Vlad, or someone else? Ha! Gleeward's eyes were filled with puzzlement. With the help of the light, Thales saw the man's face, just as he expected. There was nothing in Gleeward's left eye socket. There was only a dark hole. Under his short hair, there was only a round hole where his left ear should have been. It was as if his ear had been cut off at the root. Thales was stunned. A brat. The strong man frowned, and he looked puzzled. While Gleeward spoke, he used his left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, to pull up a corner of the cloth. He bit the other corner in his mouth while he supported himself with his right hand on the ground to help his hunched body maintain its balance while he desperately bandaged his wound. A faint sadness rose in Thales' heart. This man. There's only half of him left. Hey! Don't let your mind wander, brat. Thale's expression changed. He snapped out of his daze and scratched his forehead. Actually, I'm almost 14 years old. You really are a child. Ward shook his head and snorted softly. Why is child labor popular now? Teste, why are people so cruel nowadays? Cruel? Thales could only smile helplessly as he stared at Ward, who sat among the corpses on the ground. Ward's face was flat, but his nose was rather high. His face was covered in ungroomed stubble, which made people wonder if he had carelessly cut it with a table knife. He bandaged his wound and grabbed behind him with his left hand. Rumbling sounds of friction came from the darkness. A wooden wheelchair was pulled to his side by the man. Ward gritted his teeth and fastened the wheelchair to the side of a protruding stone slab. He grabbed the arm of the chair with his left hand and used his right hand to support himself from the ground. He propped up half of his body from the ground and leaned towards the wheelchair while trembling. He wanted to sit in the wheelchair. Thales thought of something. When he saw Ward's strenuous movements, he wanted to step forward and help. But in the next moment, Ward retaliated with his actions. The strong man grunted, and his powerful right arm seemed to explode with endless power as he pushed the ground. In the next second, the boorish man rose steadily into the air. Thales, who had just taken a step forward, stopped abruptly. As the wheelchair shuddered, Ward landed accurately on it. In the wheelchair, Ward leaned back and exhaled comfortably. He cast a scornful glance at the corpses on the ground and flashed a cold smile. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that even though the man seemed to be handicapped and only had half of his body left, but there was no doubt about it. The man before him was one of the strongest and most valiant warriors he had ever seen. At that moment, a woman's voice, which he had not heard for a long time, rang in his ears. Gentle, light, but with a hint of stubbornness that refused to compromise. No, Chirin. They don't need cheap sympathy. They don't need help and sympathy from us so-called normal people and healthy people to satisfy our own moral evaluation. What they need is for us to remove our blinders and treat them like normal people, because there's nothing abnormal about them to begin with. And the reason why they can't become normal people is because we are too self-righteous. We are not tolerant enough. It's because this imperfect society doesn't give them the soil to become normal people, whether it's because of the lack of software, or the inconvenience of life caused by the lack of hardware. Stop calling them handicapped. Because they aren't. It's her. It's her. But who is she? He subconsciously reached out. But he did not catch anything. There was only emptiness. Hey, how can you be distracted? Ward pushed the wheelchair in front of him and sized Thales up. He tapped his own head with a doubtful expression. Are you retarded? Thales was shocked. He shoved the memory that had suddenly appeared back into the depths of his mind. Ward clenched his right fist, and it made a clear sound. The sound made Thales nervous. He tried his best not to look at the corpses around him. He forced a smile. Focus. Now. Thales took a deep breath, trying to make himself appear more friendly. Ray said it. Smile. Smile. Smile when you face your contact. The prince bared his white teeth and stared at the man in the wheelchair. So, you are the person Ray mentioned? Ward frowned and answered loudly. Who? His unpleasant, loud voice startled Thales. Ray, it's that. Thales tried his best to maintain his smile. He forced himself to speak the lingua franca that was close to a Northlandic accent. A strange middle-aged man smoking a pipe? Ward blinked what was left of his eyes and scratched his chin under the moonlight. He impatiently opened his mouth and asked loudly but vaguely, What did you say? Thales' heart trembled. No way. Or there's someone. His name might not be Ray. Maybe he's using an alias, and he might not even be smoking. He probably doesn't have time to smoke these few days. Thales gesticulated and tried his best to form his own words while he criticized Putray's unreliability in his heart. He asked you to bring someone. At this time, bring someone. Thales waved his arms and shook his head gently. He looked at Ward with anticipation, who did not seem to be in the zone yet. Give him. At this time? Bring someone. The boorish man narrowed his single eye. His eyeballs moved about as he pondered. He asked tentatively, "You mean bring him out of the city?" Thale's eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. "Yes, that's it." Gleeward fell silent. The man in the wheelchair stared at him silently for a few seconds. It made Thales feel slightly creeped out. Until... Oh. Gleeward's expression changed. He slapped his head. The man looked as if he had just come to a realization. He pointed at Thales with his right hand. "So it's you. God bless me." Thales exhaled. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Thales slapped his thigh. He felt that the negotiation just now was very difficult. He smiled laboriously. "It's me. Haha, nice to meet you. Hee, how should I address you?" Gleeward narrowed his eyes and continued to size him up. He let out a guttural sound. The creepy feeling in Thales' heart rose again. Gleeward. A second later, the boorish man laughed and showed his yellow teeth. He extended his right hand to Thales. "Drew Gleeward." Thales breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, this contact seemed to be rather easy to talk to. With lingering fear in his heart, he extended his right hand and held Gleeward's palm. Then, at that moment, bang. Before Thales could react, he felt a weight on his right hand. He felt pain in his neck, and his vision swayed. A great force erupted from Gleeward's right palm. Thales lost his balance and fell in Gleeward's direction. "Gotcha!" Gleeward's delighted laughter traveled into his ears. "Ha ha ha ha, you want to leave the city in secret? Hey, you're that little prince of Constellation who was kidnapped, aren't you?" Gleeward's boorish laughter grew louder and louder, so loud that Thales' ears hurt. What happened? Thales struggled to open his eyes, but to his horror, he discovered that Gleeward, who was in a wheelchair, had already locked his hands tightly behind his back. The latter's left arm wrapped around the prince's neck. The iron-like muscles on his arm were like a cage that bound the prince to Gleeward's embrace. "Whether it's the underground or the officials, all of Dragon Cloud City is going crazy because of you. I've always been annoyed by these things, and I didn't even want to bother with them, but you actually came to me. Ha ha ha. No. No. The sin of Hell's river instantly surged. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to break free, but he realized that his struggle was futile. Gleeward only relied on his powerful right hand and his abdominal muscles to lock Thales' arms tightly behind his back. It was useless. From the moment he was held in Gleeward's arms, he had already lost his best position to exert force. Under Gleeward's restraint, he could not even touch JC's dagger. "Guess what price Heroic Spirit Palace is willing to offer me?" Gleeward's laughter was rather ferocious and smug. "Damn it, that dead face smashed so many things in my territory in the afternoon. This time, I'll make him pay for it." Gleeward's left arm suddenly exerted force. Thales only felt his head tilt back, and the bright moon and starry sky appeared before his eyes. Of course, it might not necessarily be Heroic Spirit Palace. At this point in time, many people want you. Gleeward's grip became stronger, and the laughter that traveled from behind his ears was filled with excitement. "Let me think, should it be 1,000 gold coins or 2,000 gold coins? TSK. Isn't that a little too much?" Thales' face gradually turned red. He only felt that his neck was becoming more and more uncomfortable. Gleeward's left arm was hooked around his neck, and he pressed down on Thales' windpipe without allowing him to resist. The force was so great that the prince even felt that his back was about to be pressed into Gleeward's chest. "This guy. Why is he so strong?" The prince, who had difficulty breathing, raised his right leg with all his might and stomped down with all his might. But the pain under his foot told him that he could only barely step on the floor and kick the hard wood of the wheelchair. It was only then that Thales sadly remembered that Gleeward did not have legs. "Or, I can ask for something else. I have to be more careful about this." Thales' vision gradually became blurry as his breathing became uneven. Soon, many golden stars, that only he could see, appeared in the starry sky before him. "No. I can't go on like this." He desperately sucked in a bit of air, and with his rich experience from being choked many times, he held his breath and stopped moving to exhaust his strength. Thales' face turned red. He forced out a few sounds from his windpipe, and his breath was weak. "You Are not the contact. Gleeward. What greeted him was Gleeward's wanton laughter. Ha ha ha, I see. You can even make a mistake about the contact. Looks like you guys aren't very diligent in your information gathering. Under the double torture of lack of oxygen and pain, Thales desperately maintained his last bit of calmness. He no longer had the time to complain about Put Ray. Wait! Thales' face contorted, and he squeezed out a few words in pain. Double. If you want money, I'll give you double. Gleeward was slightly stunned. Then he snorted coldly. Shut up. The boorish man did not seem to be moved at all. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Don't treat me like a fool. But his voice gradually became weaker. In the next moment, Thales felt the pressure on his neck loosen slightly. A breath of air that he had not breathed in for a long time, mixed with pain and friction, was sucked into his lungs. The sound of teeth grinding traveled into his ears, along with Gleeward's voice, which was as unpleasant to the ears as before, but he was slightly tempted. Hey, brat! The boorish man slowly gulped and said softly, I'm not going to let you off. Chapter 343. Thales, who was drenched in sweat, coughed while he sucked in mouthfuls of air as if he was cherishing the water in the desert. His entire body trembled. But Gleeward did not let him go. It was still difficult for him to break free. Really, whether it's 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins, I'll give you double. Thales regained some of his rationality. He panted and sweated non-stop, feeling weak. The Jade Star royal family is very rich, and so is Constellation. The Secret Intelligence Department's assets in Dragon Cloud City alone are worth more than 100,000. Gleeward raised an eyebrow. Very well. Wait. But a second later, the man's expression darkened. You mean, you want to go to Constellation to get it? The Secret Intelligence Department will do. Thales, who had just recovered from the stars in his vision, blinked hard. They will definitely give. The next moment, he felt a heavy pressure on his neck, and his windpipe was blocked again. Shut up. Do you really think I'm an idiot? This was Gleeward's exasperated voice. Listen, I only accept cash. Thales sucked in his last breath of air with great difficulty. Damn it. This bastard. Do I look like I have cash on me? If you hand me over. Thales tried his best to fight for a chance. The city of faraway prayers is at war with the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. Gleeward cut him off impatiently. Shut up, I don't understand politics. Thales, who was seeing stars again, felt exasperated. What kind of person is this? Forget it, let's go look for Dead Face. It's safer there, Gleeward mumbled. He increased his strength, trying to knock Thales out. Thales knew that things were not going well. He racked his brain, fighting against the air and his enemy while he desperately shouted that one word. Shield District. A few seconds after the word left his mouth, Gleeward's arm loosened again. What? He asked with a frown. Thales took the opportunity to take a few deep breaths to clear his mind. Yes. Shield District. I heard your conversation just now, the prince said painfully, shifting the back of his head slightly away from Gleeward's chest. Just now, no matter how insulted and despised he was, Gleeward did not move. But when the enemy started using Shield District and his brothers and sisters to threaten him. This is Shield District, right? Thales panted, and his words gradually became smoother. And you are probably the person in charge of this place. Look around you. It's already dilapidated. 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins is not enough to rebuild it. You need more, not just money. Gleeward remained silent for a long time. But in the end, he still coldly snorted and shook his head. Shut up, I am very content. I have no interest in causing trouble. When he saw that Gleeward was about to strangle him again, Thales quickly spoke. And I heard it. The people who died in Shield District 6 years ago were your subordinates and brothers, right? When he said this, Thales felt Gleeward shudder behind him. During these 6 years, their surviving family members also need to be compensated for their financial losses. They need to live. You should be very worried, right? I guess Dragon Cloud City doesn't have a disaster emergency fund to compensate for Shield District's losses. Thales spoke fluently in an invincible manner while he racked his brains for a way to escape. Glee Ward let out a dull, displeased sound. Shut up. This time, there was a hint of displeasure in the veteran's words. But then he was stunned. Disaster! Gold, what's that? Can it compensate for Shield District's losses? Thales thought of something. He felt that he had found a way out. That's not important. What's important is... The prince inhaled again, gritted his teeth, and said, as the boss, you bear a lot of responsibilities. You can't watch Shield District, watch your brothers, and your territory fall into poverty and threats. Gleeward's breathing slowly quickened. Shut up. Gleeward's voice became exceptionally cold. Don't point fingers at other people's homes. But Thales did not notice his tone. He had been tortured enough by what happened that night. But now, I, the rich prince of a country with a lot of money, can help you. You have a chance to save Shield District, which no one cares about. You can rebuild it, and not just extort a large sum of money from the Star Killer, as long as you give me. Glee Ward let out a low growl. Shut up, he said through gritted teeth. Thales greedily inhaled the next mouthful of air. He wanted to drag it out first, so that he could scoop out all the information related to Shield District and the place that the wheelchair warrior cared about. 6 years ago, when the calamity descended, I was there. I saw the people in Shield District. They were so innocent, but they had to go through such a calamity. Glee Ward did not speak, but he began to tremble slightly. Thales felt that there was hope. He could not help but speak faster. You don't seem like a cold-blooded and selfish person, Glee Ward. The chance is right before your eyes. You can't give up on Shield District just because you find it troublesome. You can't just stand by and watch them suffer, so that the dead cannot rest in peace. Rest in peace. When he heard this, Gleeward's body swayed violently. Shut up. His voice began to tremble, and there was a warmth in it that was difficult to ignore. Brat. Thales only felt that Gleeward's arm was becoming looser. I should be getting closer and closer to Gleeward's pain point. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel refreshed. After the calamity, the people of Shield District suffered greatly. They relied on you. They can't continue living like this. You have the responsibility to do everything in your power to protect them, help them, and save them. Gleeward's breathing became more rapid. Thales suddenly raised his voice. Gleeward, you can't run away. Your inaction not only makes it impossible for the dead to rest in peace, to those who are still living and suffering, this is no different from murdering them with your own hands. The moment the word murder came out of his mouth, Thales suddenly felt the hands around his neck tremble violently. His ears trembled, and Gleeward's shout, which he had never heard before, traveled into his ears. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The shocked Thales only felt that his ears were still ringing. Before he could relax, Gleeward's arm tightened around his neck again. So what now? Thales struggled in pain again, but this time, Gleeward's grip did not hold back at all. It was as if he wanted to strangle him to death. For some reason, Gleeward seemed to have descended into rage and madness. His voice also became increasingly terrifying. Listen up, brat. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Don't you dare lecture me. His arm was trembling, but he did not loosen his grip at all. It was a clear sign that his master had practiced the art of killing hundreds of times and had rich experience. Don't you dare lecture me on how to protect Shield District. Gleeward was agitated, as if he was on the verge of breaking down. 6 years ago, with a Soul Slayer pike in hand, I stood here, in Shield District, in the midst of endless blood and death. I fought against the damned blood. Blood calamity with my life. Fought. Gleeward panted, but he paused a few times. Fought. Thales felt that at that moment, the teeth of this warrior, who was still strong and optimistic in the face of a group of opponents, were actually chattering? It was as if he had remembered his deepest nightmare. The next moment, Gleeward gritted his teeth and roared like a volcano eruption. When we fought to the death. Under the moonlight, the veteran in the wheelchair roared in pain and anger. You were still wearing diapers, drinking milk in your grandmother's arms. Thales could not care less about his ears, which were about to go deaf. His vision began to blur again. *T. This is a perverted sadist. Thales half closed his eyes and felt the torment of his empty lungs, as well as his desire to breathe and live. His consciousness gradually faded. But at the same time, a strange feeling surged through his body. The sin of Hell's river began to boil on its own again. It was like a restless and agitated beast. It was waiting for the moment to rush out of the cage. At least, it allowed the dizzy Thales to maintain his last bit of clarity. Under the double torture, the exhausted Thales trembled all over. With his last breath, he spat out a word. No! At that moment, thump, thump, thump. The sudden sounds of horse hooves and wheels rattling could be heard in the empty ruins of Shield District. A carriage arrived not too far away from them. Chief Gleeward, I, your guest, have already. A lively and cheerful young voice rose into the air. The voice paused for a moment. With a ferocious expression, Gleeward raised his head and met the owner of the voice. He could not help but loosen his grip on Thales as he tried his best to restrain him. The purple-faced Thales breathed in air again. He coughed madly. He had inhaled quite a lot of saliva during the fight just now. The increasingly restless sin of Hell's river in his body gradually calmed down. The next moment. Wah! Chief, I am sorry, I was wrong. No, I mean I shouldn't, I can't. No, I mean I won't tell anyone. No, I mean I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, I just came for a stroll tonight. No, I mean I didn't even come to Shield District tonight. Gleeward shook his head and tried to clear his mind. He looked at the carriage and its driver. Is that Kevin? On an uncovered freight carriage, a young coachman covered his eyes and shouted something in a frenzy. A hunchbacked figure was sitting in the cargo hold at the back of the carriage. He was coughing slightly. Gleeward was stunned. Tonight was different for Kevin, the poor boy from Shield District. He was supposed to drive this shabby low-quality carriage and bring Chief Gleeward's guest to a special and remote place in Shield District. Kevin did not know why Chief Gleeward had carefully chosen this place to meet, but as long as it was the chief's order, he had to do it. That was Drew Gleeward, the man who single-handedly protected Dragon Cloud City during the legendary disasters of the Calamities and Hydra, Kilika. Yes, Kevin still remembers those years and those disasters. It's like a nightmare. But when Kevin arrived at his destination and met the chief, he could not believe what he saw. What is that? Of course, Kevin was not referring to the corpses and blood all over the ground. As the manliest man in Dragon Cloud City, Chief Gleeward, who could command the wind and clouds, would not cause a storm of blood wherever he went. It was a teenager. Yes, a delicate-looking but thin teenager. Under the moonlight, the delicate-looking teenager sat in the chief's arms. He looked excited and in pain. The teenager placed his hands behind his back and placed them on Chief Gleeward's knees. They trembled slightly, as if he was touching and rubbing against something. His face was flushed and his lips opened and closed. He looked agitated and excited as he twisted his waist and moved up and down. When he saw this, Kevin's heart froze. No way. What about Chief Gleeward, who has always been open-minded and heroic? Kevin narrowed his eyes and tried to take a closer look. At that moment, the dignified chief of Shield District in his heart, the hero of the people Gleeward, was sitting in a wheelchair, doing. Gleeward's rough and powerful left hand, which was missing 2 fingers, was intimately hugging the teenager's upper body from behind, pressing him tightly into his embrace. Gleeward's right hand was stretched towards the teenager's lower body, where Kevin could not see. It was also trembling slightly as the teenager moved. What? Kevin widened his eyes. His jaw almost dropped. That was not all. Chief Gleeward, who usually did heavy work with ease, was panting violently at that moment. His iron-like body rose and fell in sync with the teenager's suspicious rhythm. He moved to the left and right, up and down, and moved back and forth in a timely manner. The chief's face was contorted, and he was agitated. He even stuck close to the teenager's ear and gritted his teeth as he shouted some words whose meaning was unclear. It was as if he was venting something. Venting? Kevin's heart skipped a beat. This. Kevin's face turned paler and paler as he watched the 2 people moving excitedly on the wheelchair. He watched the teenager and the chief's bodies pressed against each other as they forgot themselves in pain and happiness. The old man in Shield District had told him that for a long time, there had been all sorts of girls and women living in Shield District. No matter how good, how beautiful, how good they were at managing their families and having children, the prestigious Chief Gleeward had never taken a fancy to any of them. The old man sighed and said to Kevin, There's a reason. A reason? Kevin, who had goosebumps in his heart, felt that he had just found the reason why the chief was single. The young, poor boy did not dare continue thinking about it. With complicated emotions, he instinctively wanted to raise his whip and steer the carriage away. But at that moment, the ferocious-looking Glee Ward raised his head. He met Kevin's gaze under the moonlight. Kevin was instantly stunned. It's over. I found out. The chief's secret. I will be killed, right? Kevin's pain screams not only pierced through the air, but also made Glee Ward wake up slightly. Thales gasped laboriously. He had already given up on negotiating with Glee Ward. He was probably a lunatic. There was no way to talk to him. Boss, since I've never been to Shield District, that means... Poor Kevin buried his face in his hands desperately and shouted desperately. No, Chief Glee Ward, I swear I didn't see anything. Glee Ward frowned. He first cast a glance at the prince who was held hostage in his arms before he turned to the carriage impatiently. Kevin. The chief of Shield District roared furiously. Shut up. Under Glee Ward's might, Kevin's voice came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been choked in an instant. How many years has it been? Another voice traveled slowly from the carriage. It was filled with endless emotions. Old friend. Glee Ward shuddered slightly. This voice. Thales was stunned as well. Isn't that? In the dark, a wooden walking stick was extended out of the carriage shakily, followed by two frail and old legs. I'm sorry, I came a little later than the appointed time. The person who came over with a hunched back got down from the carriage. When he saw the mess around him, he subconsciously frowned and covered his nose. Oh, looks like you're still doing your old job. Glee Ward stared at the person with a dumbfounded expression. He did not even notice that Thales was no longer struggling in his arms. What the F***ck? Glee Ward opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the visitor on the carriage. His expression was as if he had seen the dog next door laying eggs. Damn it, I was wondering which immoral bastard sent the invitation. I didn't expect it to be you. The person chuckled softly. Are you surprised? TSK, you're not dead yet. Glee Ward snorted softly. His emotions were complicated. The old crow. When he heard the familiar nickname, Thales struggled to turn his head and saw the person who came over. It was an old man with deep wrinkles and an ancient face. He was a scholar from Dragon Kiss Academy, who had no proof of his qualifications. He was Gilbert and Putre's teacher, and also Thales and Saroma's teacher. The old crow, Merrill Hicks. At that moment, he was standing under the moonlight and nodding at Thales with a smile. It's him. Chapter 344. Haha, of course I'm not dead. Hicks propped himself up with his walking stick and walked towards them laboriously. He chuckled. Did you forget that we had our fortune told in the tent? I will live a long life. Glee Ward made a disgusted expression that said, Who would believe you? As for you, Drew. Hicks maintained his usual smile and cast a glance at the stunned Thales. Then, he looked at Glee Ward again, who was in the wheelchair. His gaze lingered on Glee Ward's missing legs for a moment. I can see that you've lost quite a bit. Little hedgehog, I really miss the days when we ate sand together in the desert. The effect of this sentence was quite impressive. Thales, who was held hostage, and Guy, who drove the carriage, were both stunned. Little hedgehog? What little hedgehog? Who's little hedgehog? Glee Ward twisted his body in the wheelchair and coughed unnaturally. Cough, all right, but Hicks continued to speak in a seemingly sentimental manner. I still remember that you were forced to be with those barren bone women in the tent. At that moment, Glee Ward's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Only the darkness of the night could conceal it. When the other two people shifted their admiring and skeptical gazes to him, Glee Ward interrupted Hicks' cheerful chatter in exasperation. Shut up, old man. Hicks shrugged. Glee Ward stared at him with an unpleasant expression. He panted as he pondered about something. Guy, thank you for sending him over. Now you should go further away. Glee Ward paused, as if he felt that it was not safe. He narrowed his single eye and warned Guy in a soft voice. You don't want to hear that I'll kill you if you find out, do you? Guy trembled slightly. He looked at the dying teenager in his chief's arms and squeezed out a terrified and strange smile. All right, Chief. After Kale left, Glee Ward exhaled. The veteran looked at Hicks in displeasure. Very well, Old Crow, since you're in Dragoncloud City very well, I'll treat you to a meal. As long as it's in my territory, you can choose the location. But, Gleeward's expression changed. He changed the topic and said fiercely, you are not allowed to mention the past. Not even a single word. He looked very serious. Thales listened to their conversation suspiciously, but he had already guessed some things, so he preferred to remain silent. Leave everything to Hicks. Really? What a pity. Hicks sighed. Those precious years can't be easily forgotten. In the desert god's beast cage, we were reduced to slaves and lost all our dignity. You, on the other hand, swallowed fresh blood and fought against human or inhuman opponents. You fought for the last mouthful of stinky food and clenched your teeth to survive. Until... Gleeward's expression changed again. Oh my, I'm so F***ked. He closed his eyes in pain and annoyance. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I told you not to mention it again. Hicks nodded with a smile. He placed his hands on his walking stick and coughed softly. Once Gleeward made sure that Hicks did not speak again, he slowly exhaled, as if he had just avoided a great danger. He waved Thale's hand. All right. Finish what you wanted to say. I'm still in a hurry to get rich. When Gleeward said this, his words came to an abrupt halt. The veteran frowned. He looked at Thales, who was no longer struggling and was trying his best to recover. Then, he looked at the newcomer, Hicks. Hicks still had that mysterious smile on his face as he stared at him quietly. Then, Gleeward, I would like to ask you for a favor. Gleeward's expression froze on his face. In the next second, Thales felt his body loosen. Gleeward had let go of him. F***ck. Old Crow. The veteran looked at the hostage in disbelief, then at his old friend. You didn't ask to meet me in this strange place on a whim, did you? Thales lay on the ground. He felt that his limbs were sore and powerless after being deprived of oxygen for a long time. This brat didn't suddenly appear out of nowhere because of a coincidence, did he? In the face of Gleeward's bewildered question, Hicks shook his head. Of course not. He walked forward slowly, leaning on his walking stick. That's right. I want to ask you to help him. Hicks' expression slowly became serious. Please send Prince Thales out of Dragoncloud City in secret and safely to the designated place, despite the many layers of security. Gleeward. The three of them sank into silence. Thales propped his arms up from the ground and stood up with great effort. He flashed a smile that was rarely seen that night. As expected, the contact Putre had spoken of. It's Hicks. Him, no, their mutual, well-respected teacher. It's you, teacher. Following Putre's instructions, he flashed a friendly and grateful smile at Hicks. I'm sorry that I didn't say goodbye to you before. Hicks returned the smile and winked playfully. The eyeballs behind his monocle flickered back and forth. It's not too late now. Thales could not help but laugh and shake his head. So, the way Putre mentioned to get someone to help the Prince of Constellation leave the city in secret is... No way. Gleeward's rude voice rose again. Thales looked at the veteran in front of him with a puzzled expression. Gleeward's expression was angry and his breathing was rapid. He stared at the old crow in front of him. For the sake of our past friendship, it's not a problem for me to treat you to a meal or something. But this? Gleeward pointed at Thales in exasperation. This is not a favor. It's a huge problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. If I send this prince out of the city, once I'm discovered. But they won't be able to discover it, right? Hicks interrupted him with a smile. Just like before, we are very good at running away, whether it's the cages or the barren bone people's tents. Thales thought of something. Barren bone people. And the desert god? Gleeward looked as if he was choking. He opened his mouth and twitched for a few seconds before he finally waved his hand. Don't talk about the past. Also, this is not a matter of whether they discover it or not. The veteran turned to Hicks with a displeased expression. This is too risky. It involves the lives and deaths of so many of my subordinates. Do you know how the Star Killer will fix Shield District if he finds out? Forget about him. That Span and those rotten people in the disciplinary hall are full of evil tricks. With every sentence Gleeward said, the old Hicks nodded slightly. It was as if he was listening to him pour out his troubles. Gleeward snorted in dissatisfaction. You don't know how chaotic Dragoncloud City became after Nuvan died. Do you know what will happen to my brothers once I fall? I just want to stay as far away from this stupid matter as possible. Thales coughed. You wanted to exchange me for the bounty just now. Gleeward's expression stiffened. Exposed, he glared at Thales fiercely. Shut up, brat. He turned his head again and said to Hicks, help him? And he's a constellatiate? No way. No matter how great our friendship is. Gleeward's final tone was firm and brooked no room for doubt. Hicks sighed, but did not say anything else. The atmosphere turned cold again. A few seconds later, speaking of which, old crow. Gleeward snorted coldly and gestured at Thales with his chin. For your sake, I won't take him for the bounty. Take him to someone else. The further away from me, the better. I'll pretend that I never saw you. Thales' expression darkened. What? Hicks' eyebrows slowly furrowed. His skinny hands, which rested on the walking stick, trembled slightly. But immediately after, he relaxed his brows. All right, Gleeward. Hicks put on a smile again. Before I leave, I only ask you to do one more thing. Gleeward widened his eyes, tilted his head, and put on an expression that said, What else do you want? Hey, you! Hicks' expression changed instantly. He shook his head regretfully. You know, sometimes, when I dream about our time in the Flying Squirrel Tribe. Gleeward's expression changed again. All right. Gleeward cut him off as if he was begging for mercy. If you have anything to say, just say it. The veteran stared at the old crow in pain again, then looked elsewhere. He waved his hand in despair. I'll just pretend that I accidentally inhaled when I passed by a cesspool. Hicks' satisfied smile appeared on his face again. He nodded and said softly, Look at his eyes. Once he said this, both Thales and Gleeward were stunned. What? The veteran in the wheelchair blinked and scratched his head in confusion. Whose eyes? Thales, who was equally confused, asked. Hicks took a deep breath. He took a step forward, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a rare coldness and sternness. Drew Gleeward, on account of the countless times I treated and saved you in the desert god's cage when you were on the brink of death, Hicks said, enunciating each word clearly. Look carefully at this child's eyes. When he heard this, the first person to be stunned was Thales. My eyes? Wait. More than one person in this world has told me about his eyes. All right. Perhaps Hicks' rare stern expression had an effect, but after a few seconds of puzzled gazes, Gleeward gave in. He pushed his wheelchair and approached Thales with a reluctant expression. *slap. Thales, who was still in deep thought, felt a pain in his arm. Gleeward pulled him towards him. He raised his head and saw Gleeward's ferocious single eye. It reminded him of the one-eyed dragon Duke Coaster Nanchester in Constellation. In the Hall of Stars, he was far more aggressive than the veteran in front of him. Gleeward still looked displeased, but under Hicks' stern gaze, he still approached Thales. He narrowed his single eye and scrutinized the prince's eyes under the dim moonlight. Thales felt rather uncomfortable under Gleeward's stare. He coughed softly and tried his best not to blink. The prince took a deep breath. He did not know what Hicks was up to, but he still chose to believe in his teacher. It was just like what Gilbert had told him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. At that moment, Thales saw something, a little surprised. Gleeward's expression changed. The displeasure and disdain on his face had already disappeared without a trace. What was left was only shock and astonishment. This made Thales think of something. The veteran turned his head abruptly. Light. But before he finished speaking, as if he knew what he wanted, Hicks picked up a burning torch from the ground and tossed it to Gleeward from afar. Gleeward frowned and glanced at the indifferent Hicks. He waved the torch to make it burn brighter. Then, he moved closer to Thales. The heat and glare of the flame made Thales involuntarily shrink back, but Gleeward held him firmly. Don't move, child. With the light from the torch, Ward scrutinized the corner of Thale's eyes again. This time, his expression became more solemn, and he also became more incredulous. Don't blink either. Thales could clearly see that as he observed Ward's face, Ward's expression changed subtly. His expression changed from surprise to hesitation, from hesitation to stupefaction, from stupefaction to excitement, and from excitement to dejection. Ward's eyebrows trembled. His single eye was filled with complicated emotions. Conflict and pain, gratitude and relief, remorse and regret, sadness and indecisiveness. Thales was secretly shocked as he watched. How? A long time seemed to have passed. Finally, Ward slowly moved the torch away and lowered his head deeply. Impossible. In the darkness where no one could see, Ward propped himself up on his wheelchair, bent over, and spoke in a muffled voice. His voice seemed to be separated by a layer of fog, and it was a little indistinct. Hicks sighed softly while leaning on his walking stick. Do you understand now? Thales turned to the old crow in surprise and bewilderment, but he could only see the sorrow and desolation on his face. The prince instinctively said, What's going on? My eyes. No. The veteran in the wheelchair interrupted him. No. Ward's head was still lowered, but his voice began to tremble. He stuttered, and it was even more intense than when he was roaring just now. No, no, no. He held the torch in his right hand and the arm of the wheelchair in his left. His shoulders rose and fell. Hicks shook his head. You saw it. Ward raised his head swiftly. Thales stared at his face in surprise. The veteran's eyes were wide open, and he shook his head in disbelief, like a detective who had just discovered a cruel truth. The prince touched his eyelids. He looked at Hicks, then at Ward. A strange sense of panic spread in his heart. They know something. Only me. Only I don't know. No. Ward trembled and blinked his single eye. He panted violently while he gritted his teeth and said, This is just a coincidence. There may not be many people like this, but there definitely are. You only need paint. Thales. Thales shuddered and turned to Hicks. Teacher Hicks. The old crow, who interrupted the veteran, snorted softly. My friend may be highly skilled, but he doesn't care much about the high-level politics of the neighboring countries. His words were flat, and there was no inflection in them. It was a stark contrast to Hicks' usual lively and interesting demeanor when he taught. So, can I trouble you to tell him? Hicks did not look at any of them, but stared firmly at his walking stick. What is your full name? Full name. Thales shuddered. He knew. He knew what they were conflicted about. That is. The night returned to silence. Only the torch in Ward's hand continued to crackle. Thales. Thales answered subconsciously. His gaze was fixed on Ward's obviously abnormal body. My full name is... Thales Theranjarana Kessel Jadestar. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the torch fell to the ground and rolled into a pool of blood beside it, struggling helplessly. Ward sat in his wheelchair in a daze. He stared blankly at Thales, who was also absent-minded. His right hand was still in the air, still in the position of holding the torch. But he still did not move. It was as if he was living in a dream. Ward spoke softly. This is impossible. The voice that was once rough, hot-tempered, and extremely unpleasant to the ears sounded as if it came from a distant mountain at that moment. It was gentle and calm. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing someone's sweet dreams. Hicks slowly flashed a tired but sincere smile. That's right, Drew. The old crow raised his head slowly. The meaning in his eyes was complicated and profound. This is Lady Theron's son. He is her bloodline. Asterisk sizzle. Star. Chapter 345. At that moment, it was as if someone had stopped time from moving forward in this dark, remote, and dilapidated corner of Shield District. The three of them faced each other in silence. The stagnant atmosphere fueled their own indescribable emotions. Until... What's going on? Thales asked the other two in disbelief. Hicks, and you, what are you talking about? You know my mother? Under the moonlight, the prince's face was full of surprise. He stared at the veteran in the wheelchair, who was still trembling slightly, and the old man who held his walking stick with his head lowered in dejection. When? How did you know her? Where is she? But they did not answer. How about it, Drew? Hicks sighed slowly and said, Is this reason enough? Glee Ward finally managed to calm his trembling breathing. As if a long time had passed, the wheelchair, which was immersed in the darkness, moved slightly and crushed a few stones on the ground. The person in the wheelchair exhaled laboriously and raised his head with all his might under the dim moonlight. You can't. The veteran's voice was stiff. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Hicks. You can't do this. When he said this, Gleeward's expression froze for a moment. But Hicks continued to look at him calmly. It's been more than 20 years. I am Glee Ward. I am in Dragon Cloud City. I have my territory, my brothers, my everything. They are all counting on me. You can't? His face contorted and he grabbed his wheelchair tightly, as if he was about to rush to the battlefield in the next moment. You can't suddenly appear like this, and then bring up a bunch of bullsh*t and, touching past, to ask me to do this and that. Those are all in the past, old crow. Glee Ward waved his hand abruptly and seemed to be speaking more fluently. So what if you're her son? I don't care. Hicks answered him with a flat but firm old voice. It's precisely because those are all in the past, Drew. That's why it will exist forever. Gleeward's words came to a halt, as if he had choked on something. Hicks' gaze was still. Since we can't change it, we can't run away from it. Glee Ward shuddered in the wheelchair. The veteran slowly let go of the wheelchair, clasped his hands together, and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Thales looked at Hicks, then at Glee Ward. The puzzlement in his heart was difficult to quell. 20 years ago? The past? They all knew their Jirana. That mysterious mother. He pricked up his ears, wanting to hear more. No one wants to recall the nightmare of the past, whether it was before or after. The aged Hicks sighed softly and said, But at least think about it. Back then, who was the one who brought people like us who were struggling and at the end of our lives, and a walking corpse like you out of Caligari? Out of that bottomless cage of darkness, out of that bloody arena shrouded in shadows. Caligari. The title seemed to remind Glee Ward of something. He closed his eyes and his chest began to heave. Thales was puzzled. Caligari? What is that place? Yes, my dear Drew. Hicks stared at Glee Ward from afar, who was immersed in his memories and had an uncertain expression. This is the debt we owe. Glee Ward opened his eyes and took a deep breath laboriously. Shut up. Thales could not hold it in anymore. Sorry to disturb you, but... He took a step forward, and his tone was slightly anxious. Who exactly is my mother? Glee Ward suddenly raised his head. I said shut up. The veteran gritted his teeth, widened one of his eyes, and stared at the teenage prince with a contorted face, as if he was going through some kind of torture. His beard and hair stood on end, and he looked as if he was forcefully suppressing his emotions, forcing Thales to swallow his words. There are always some things, ahem, you can't deny, and you can't forget. Hicks coughed in slight pain, but he waved his hand and refused Thales' kind offer to help him up. Isn't that so? The old crow took a moment to recover before he slowly opened his mouth and called out a name that Thales was very unfamiliar with. Bloody Thorn Lizard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Glee Ward punched his wheelchair. Shut up, shut up. The veteran leaned forward and glared at Hicks fiercely. Go to hell, old man. You are never allowed to call me that. You know that I ** King hate this the most. His voice was filled with hostility and pain. He slapped his wheelchair fiercely. You know that. Thales stared at Glee Ward in astonishment. The prince became increasingly suspicious of Theron's relationship with them. At the same time, he was also worried about his future. But Hicks only continued to support himself with his walking stick. He stood there indifferently. Then send this child away, Drew. This is all I asked of you in the past. Then, you can go back and be the local tyrant with a clear conscience. You can flaunt your power as the boss of your gang. Glee Ward fell back against his seat and panted a few times. It was as if the conversation just now had exhausted most of his energy. A gust of wind blew past. The huge temperature difference between day and night in Dragon Cloud City made Thales shudder. He could not help but sneeze. No. Gleeward's pained but firm voice traveled into his ears. Dream on. I won't take this job. Thales was shocked. What? That's it? You won't take it? A cold glare appeared behind Hick's monocle. He said calmly, Is that your answer? Gleeward? Gleeward's chest visibly swayed. That's it. The veteran in the wheelchair raised his head again, gritted his teeth and said angrily, You, get lost. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Get out of my territory. Immediately, right now. His rough voice rang out in this remote corner, echoing back and forth between the ruins of the wall. But Hicks said nothing. He only stared at Gleeward in silence. Gleeward, whose expression was contorted, and Hicks, whose expression was cold, stared at each other under the moonlight. This atmosphere made Thales rather uneasy. For a moment, it overshadowed his curiosity about his mysterious mother, and made him even more confused about how he could escape. After a long time, Hicks sighed slowly. Is that so? The veteran in the wheelchair stared at the old man in front of him. His gaze was filled with a hidden meaning that Thales could not understand. Boss. In the distance, Kevin, who heard the roar, drove the carriage closer and asked anxiously, What's wrong? Gleeward panted a few times, adjusted his breathing, and restrained his emotions that were out of control. Kevin, the veteran said stiffly to the young man in the carriage. Where did they come from? Send them back to where they came from. Kevin was slightly taken aback. Huh. Gleeward closed his eyes, then opened them again. Damn it. The boss of Shield District gritted his teeth stiffly and slammed his wheelchair. Get them out of them. His voice was rough, and his words were cold. Thales sighed in his heart. Kevin was shocked by the way the boss behaved. He first trembled a little, then immediately nodded. Oh, okay, Gleeward snorted coldly. He gave Hicks, who was still silent, a rude glare, as if he was his mortal enemy. The next moment, the veteran moved abruptly. He turned his wheelchair to face the opposite direction from Hicks. On the way, he violently pushed aside a corpse that was blocking his path. Then, he cast a glance in Thales' direction with a complicated expression. But the moment before his gaze met the latter's, he quickly looked away. F***CKU old crow. Then, amidst the friction between the wheels and the ground, Gleeward's figure on the wheelchair disappeared into the night. He left without any delay. He ran over countless gravel along the way. The sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away. Thales silently watched the direction in which Gleeward left. Doubt and disappointment coexisted in his heart. Old sir, and this. After making sure that Gleeward was far away, Kevin rubbed his hands as if he had a headache. He looked at the old crow and Thales with a troubled expression. He remembered the boss' attitude towards them just now. He pointed at the carriage and thought about the tone he should use. Maybe we should. Hicks tapped his walking stick and flashed a friendly smile. It will be done in a while, young man. Please wait for me at the front. We have to say goodbye. Under Hicks' polite and friendly smile, Kevin drove the carriage into the distance with a skeptical look. Thales stared at his teacher with a slightly dejected expression. You saw it, Thales. Hicks turned his head and looked at Thales apologetically. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you. And you can't just follow me back to Axe District. It's too dangerous. Thales stared at him quietly. He shook his head and threw the slight regret that rose in his heart out of his mind. In truth, Thales realized that the ups and downs in his emotions were not as great as he had imagined. His worry about his own safety was largely diluted by the information revealed in the conversation between the two of them just now. Thurland. This name again. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but sigh softly. Hicks. The prince sucked in a breath and fixed his gaze on the old crow. Mr. Hicks, you are willing to travel a long and arduous journey to Xianxia to be my teacher. Is it really just because of Putray and Gilbert's recommendation? The old crow froze for a moment. Who knows? Hicks reacted quickly. He chuckled softly. Maybe it's because of the generous salary? Hicks. In the end, the prince could not suppress the doubts in his heart. It's about my mother. Don't you have anything to say? Of course, the biggest doubt in his heart was far from this. Hicks' figure stopped on the spot. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. After a while, The old man slowly opened his wrinkled mouth.
Hicks said slowly, "Shouldn't you be more familiar with her than I am?"
Thale's breathing froze.
I've never seen her," he said a little awkwardly as he recalled the few memories of their land in his mind. "I've only heard about her from other people's mouths."
Yes, Thales thought quietly. The abnormality I was born with. In Mindy's hall, the king and Gilbert told him the strangely pronounced name with certainty. There was also the stern high priestess Xianxia, the insane Queen Kia during the Bloody Year, the majestic queen of the sky who descended from the sky. Every bit of information about his mother made him more and more confused. Who exactly is there in Jirana? What kind of existence is she?
"So that's how it is."
Hicks looked at him and sighed slowly.
"It's such a pity."
Thales cast him a questioning look.
"So?"
Hicks looked at him for a long time before he smiled faintly.
"When I was not so old and not so young, I was quite unlucky for a while." Hicks recalled the past and sighed.
The process was too complicated. In any case, I was robbed and sold to the Great Desert as a slave.
Thales was stunned.
The Great Desert?
Hicks nodded with a smile.
Yes, it's the place you're about to go.
The Great Desert.
The old crow sighed faintly. His gaze moved past Thales, as if he was looking somewhere else. What a big place. There are only 3 things left in the world there. You, sand.
The old crow narrowed his eyes.
And sand.
Thales could not help but frown.
No matter how far you walk, how long you walk, and how fast you walk, you will never reach the end. All the rules of the world, morality, order, fairness, strength, and even time lose their meaning there.
As for slaves,
Hicks patted the back of his hand and said with a sigh, It's hard to imagine that this system, which disappeared after the ancient empire, still exists in the Great Desert. You can exaggerate and imagine my miserable state at that time. As he recalled the past, Hicks' gaze was indifferent, but his tone was thought-provoking. A group of people who had lost all hope, all dignity, and most of their selves. Prisoners of war, criminals, drunkards, cripples, prostitutes, beggars, lunatics, exiles. Just like that, like wild beasts and livestock, they were kept in filthy, cruel, hopeless and painful cages. They were given all kinds of slave codes, and they went through all kinds of hell that people could imagine. Waiting for death. Thales listened attentively and resisted the urge to ask questions. He searched his heart for a piece of relevant information. Hicks coughed softly. A strange light shone in his eyes. And that was the place where I first met your mother. There in Jirana. Hicks' voice was very soft, as if he was coaxing a cute child. Thales watched him quietly.
The old crow sighed with emotion and said, "I still remember Theron's long fiery red hair that reached her waist, her delicate and translucent skin, her beautifully curved lips, and her light gray eyes, just like yours."
Long, fiery red hair. Thales frowned. This was the only description of Theron's appearance that he had obtained over the past few years. But the most impressive thing about her was not these. Hicks smiled helplessly. "I still can't forget Theron." The way she turned her head to look at people was full of confusion and mystery, but the way she grinned and snickered made people feel that she was mischievous and hateful. That girl was sometimes as passionate as fire and mischievous, and sometimes as calm as water, wise and far-sighted. Thales paused and asked curiously, "What?" "Yes, I know that this is very contradictory." Hicks seemed to know the doubts in Thales' heart. He waved his hand and laughed. "But I just have this feeling. In her rare gray eyes, there is madness and rationality at the same time, but they blend perfectly. She is like a kind that is similar to us, but also like an existence that is above us. That is Theron, the enchanting, mysterious, and unpredictable Theron." Hicks shook his head helplessly and dejectedly. "I am quite confident in my choice of words, but I have to admit that when it comes to that girl, my eloquence is pathetically poor. I can't even describe her."
Thales was stunned.
"Madness and rationality? She's like our kind. She's like our kind, but also like an existence above us. What's going on?" "Theron is." The more the old crow went on, the more ethereal his gaze became, as if it was shining into a corner that ordinary people could not see. The amazing Theron was the nickname given to her by the cage masters. She was the only slave who could retain her original name.
Thales thought of something.
"Slave?"
Thale's eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment.
You mean, my mother was a slave in the desert?
How is that possible? Doubts arose in his heart. If it's according to what the Queen of the Sky said, she was. As if unwilling to let Thales continue thinking about it, Hicks raised his voice. Until she proved that she was not.
Slave.
The amazing Thurin.
Thales pondered and subconsciously continued. What do you mean? When he said this, the old crow exhaled and paused for a moment. He closed his eyes gently, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Your mother. She was very smart and very persuasive. That girl used 2 to 3 years to pull the hopeless slaves who lived like walking corpses out of the abyss, out of hell, out of quagmires, out of despair. She brought us together. Thales listened attentively. From the old crow's slowly fluctuating emotions, he could feel the countless pasts of the past contained in those simple words. A few seconds later, Hicks, who was immersed in his memories, opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh and ended his speech with a few words. In the end, we found a way to survive. We escaped. Chapter 346. Thale's eyes brightened. Thurin. Slave. Survived. Escaped. That's it. Hicks chuckled softly and shrugged. That was my meeting with Thurin. It wasn't long, but it left a deep impression. I hope it will be of some help to you. Thales was slightly startled. A sense of disappointment rose in him, as if he was listening to a story but did not continue. That's all? The old crow's oily smile answered him. What else? Thales could not get rid of his doubts. He quickly asked, where did she come from? Where is she from? Where did she go after that? How did he get involved with my father and Constellation? Hicks coughed softly and interrupted Thales' continuous questioning. I am very willing to describe my impression of your mother to you, Thales. If my drawing skills were good enough, I could even write a sketch for you. But I am afraid that this is all I know. I don't know her identity before she became a slave, and I can't tell where she came from. Hicks looked at him regretfully and gestured to the surroundings. And now is not the time for us to sit down and talk about the past. Thales was momentarily speechless in the face of Hicks' apologetic and helpless smile. Hicks sighed and stroked his walking stick.
An indecipherable emotion surged in his eyes behind the monocle.
As for Gleeward, I can only say that I am truly sorry.
His voice was hoarse.
Take care of yourself.
Thales seemed to have woken up from a dream.
The shock of receiving the information was instantly washed away by the threat in front of him. The prince paused for a long while. No.
Thales forced a smile.
I should be the one apologizing. You took a huge risk to save me. If Heroic Spirit Palace finds out. Don't worry about me, child. Hicks shook his head. My channels are perfectly normal. It won't arouse suspicion. Putray is worried about his missing prince, and as his teacher, I came to ask an old friend for information out of consideration for his feelings. At least, Heroic Spirit Palace, who can't even take care of themselves, won't suspect anything in the short term.
Thales was silent.
But I'm still sorry that I couldn't send you out, Hicks said gloomily with unease and melancholy.
I suggest that you hide here for a night, and we'll think.
Thales forced an ugly smile. Thank you, sir. He looked at the ruins around him, and the shocking battle in Shield District all those years ago flashed past his mind. I tried not to think about the bleak future. Thales pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment. I will find a way to get out myself. When Gleeward refused to help him, Thales was indeed disappointed and terrified. After all, Dragon Cloud City was under heavy lockdown, and the Star Killer was chasing after him all over the city. But Hicks had already done enough for him. He had no right to ask for more. Hicks silently watched the prince try his best to maintain the smile on his face. He did not speak. Of course. Hicks flashed a slightly bitter smile. But for some reason, Thales felt that there was an indecipherable meaning hidden in his gaze.
Of course you can, then I will. The old man said nothing more.
He bowed apologetically and turned away, leaning on his crutch. He walked towards Kevin, who was waiting impatiently in the distance. Thales stared at his back from afar and suddenly remembered something. One last question.
Thales' words made Hicks stop in his tracks.
Our first lesson, remember? Thales rubbed his hands together, as if this could drive away the coldness of the night. The boundaries of governance. Hicks paused visibly. He turned completely around to face Thales. Of course. Thales glanced at the desolate scene around him again and faced the old Hicks. At the end of that day, you told us that all our speculations and conclusions in class that day were actually wrong. The prince took a deep breath. He took a few steps forward and looked into Hicks' eyes seriously. I originally thought that you wanted to tell us that history can be interpreted in many ways. But, during the second lesson, even though we did a lot of homework, I could feel that you were not satisfied with our duh. Hicks stared at him silently and did not say a word. Thales raised his eyebrows at him. Why? Thales raised an eyebrow at him. Why? What is it? What is it in your mind? The horse that pulled the carriage in the distance neighed in boredom. Under the night sky, the hunched old man and the teenager with his head held high stood in a corner of the ruins, facing each other in silence. The old crow smiled. You know, I originally planned to talk about this a long time later, or when we graduate and stop our lessons. I didn't even care about anything and let all of you figure it out on your own. The old man's words faltered for a moment. But in view of your current situation, Thales still stared at him with bright, piercing eyes. All right. Hicks smiled helplessly, like an old grandfather who could not stand being bothered by his child. Why was our discussion that day wrong? Because times have changed. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Hicks clasped his hands around his walking stick again. He tried his best to straighten his hunched back and coughed softly. The old man suddenly became serious. Let me clarify something first, Thales. What we were doing at that time was analyzing and discussing events that happened more than 10 years ago, deducing the development and direction of the people and events at that time, and trying to come up with as many useful conclusions as possible that can be used as a reference for us today. Thales nodded slightly. But Hicks' tone changed. His eyes shone with a rarely seen sharpness. But the problem is, time is different. Time. Doubt rose in Thales' heart. You mean? Hicks raised a hand and silenced his question. The world, young sir. Our world is complicated and ever-changing. As if to save time, Hicks did not give Thales another chance to interrupt him. Time is moving forward, and times are changing. People may have seen that in the past few thousand years, the iron hooves of humans have created boundless prosperity. The powerful empire has ended the divided governance of various kings. The bright God's church has purified the treacherous hearts of people. The turbulent waves overturned the decadent imperial family. The division of the church has rebuilt the gods. The battle of eradication, which is the closest to us, has determined today's situation. Hicks' gaze shifted. But at the same time, many people will also overlook that thousands of years ago, the merchants on the land had just gotten used to bartering. Farmers could only rely on iron and fire to harvest crops. People did not even know how to domesticate messenger crows. Communication between cities could only rely on messengers. Today, the palaces of many kingdoms even look like barbarian gatherings. Hundreds of years ago, eternal oil and crystal drops were still hidden deep under the sea and underground. Mystic guns had not yet appeared in this world. The teachings of the bright God were spread throughout the continent and could not be doubted. Our long-distance ships could only pray for good weather and hope that the trade winds would bring them far away. Thales lowered his head and silently thought about the historical process of this world. Hicks tapped his walking stick lightly. He was a little lost in thought. But that's not all. Every year, every month, every day, every minute, every second, every part of the world is changing. Not just the politics of the lords, not just the coins of the merchants, not just the crops of the farmers. Some of the changes are so small that they are undetectable or even unrecognizable. Some of the changes are connected to the changes in other things and bring about changes in the final outcome. Hicks' words were serious, and his gaze was solemn. Even Thales subconsciously straightened his back in the cold wind. But it is precisely these insignificant changes that accompany the progress of history that are crucial. They make it difficult for those of us who try to summarize patterns, learn from experience, uncover the truth, and deduce cause and effect. And when many people talk about history, use history as a reference, and compare history, it is easy for them to unknowingly ignore these changes, even if it's only for 18 years. Only after experiencing failure will they have the energy to look for the existence of these changes. Camelot the great emperor established the ancient empire. Kessel VI rebuilt the final empire, and King Tormund established Constellation.
They are often compared, but these three people are no longer facing the same world, the same group of people and the same situation.
When he said this, Hicks coughed a few times. We can't just focus on the things we care about, Thales.
There are too many factors that determine every period of history and every case.
There are so many that it's easy for us to ignore them.
And these factors change too quickly, so quickly that it's hard for us to grasp them. So, on that day, when we confidently and complacently gave the conclusion of the limits of governance, Hicks sighed deeply.
He was full of emotions, as if he did not expect Thales to understand. We are arrogant and always think that there is nothing new under the sun. But in fact, everything under the sun is new. Thales' eyes sparkled. What we have learned from history, the prince said subconsciously, is that we have learned nothing from history.
Hicks' eyes immediately lit up while he was sighing.
A thought-provoking paradox, an interesting set of logic. The old crow mulled over the meaning of this sentence.
Learned nothing.
I can feel that it doesn't just mean repeated mistakes on the surface.
Thales snapped out of his daze and heaved a sigh of relief. Of course it isn't.
Did you think of this sentence yourself?
Hicks' eyes were filled with recognition and admiration. Of course. Under the old crow's probing gaze, Thales deflated the moment he opened his mouth.
Of course not. He said awkwardly. It was someone else who mentioned a rather great person who is no longer in this world. His surname is Hegel, if I remember correctly. Hicks smiled. Very good. I guess it isn't. My classes require sincerity and introspection, and what I need the least is arrogance and vanity. So, Thales asked tentatively, about the first lesson, what do you want to tell us? Hicks tapped his walking stick lightly and returned to his previous state.
Secondly, as people who are far away from that era, any judgment we make about the past can only be pale and superficial compared to the real past.
The old crow furrowed his brows tightly, as if he had a headache. Since we can't restore the past, we have lost too many bases to rely on for judgment. We focus on the king's intentions and interests, but does King Nuvan really think so? We appeal to the vassal's standpoint and behavior. But what else did the counts do? Which came first and which came last? We attribute Extet's disadvantage to the unruly nature of the conquered land. But what were the real actions of the people of Constellation? Will there be important historical facts that we have missed out? There was endless emotion in Hicks' voice. Trying to use the excuse of grasping the essence, to ignore the process and narration of historical details to simplify the interpretation and judgment of history is quite dangerous, no matter how you look at it. Every time we miss out or misjudge a detail, the deviation between our judgment and the real history will be huge. And if we use this as a basis, the error between the law of the conclusion we conclude and the actual situation will be even more disastrous. The old crow chuckled and shook his head. The ancient saying of Maine Nocturne, the slightest error can lead to a great error. It is also like the warning that the ancient elves taught their young archers. The slightest error can lead to a great error. Miss Thales was stunned. He remembered something.
Not only that, Thales said as if he was talking to himself. Not only that, Thales said as if he was talking to himself.
There are also endogenous and collinear interactions, sample infection, multi-level deviations, causal inferences, and when you expand the scope of individual behavior to the collective level. Hicks was baffled by the series of unfamiliar words. He frowned. What?
It was only then that Thales came to a realization.
He quickly shook his head and said, Nothing, I was just talking to myself. Hicks gave him a strange look and continued to speak.
Therefore, on that day, after we went through deductions and guesses that we thought were rigorous but were actually biased and full of mistakes, we easily came to a conclusion about what happened 18 years ago and recklessly attributed it to the boundaries of governance.
Even if it sounded reasonable, it was absolutely far from the truth that we wanted. It could not fit into our future history and be used for today's future.
18 years is enough to change a lot of things, and we are definitely not omniscient and omnipotent.
Hicks stretched out his walking stick and drew an unpleasant sound on the uneven ground. He said dejectedly, So every time we try to use history as a mirror, we find that this mirror is not flat, and the images it reflects are always distorted and blurry, making it difficult to use. Hicks let out a long, deep breath. Remember this, Thales.
In Dragon Kiss Academy, even the most famous scholar has to be careful, humble, and extremely cautious when it comes to history, the world and the crowd.
He has to deal with the gap between what he knows and what is true.
Thales frowned and stared at the old man in front of him.
He did not say a word.
Hicks snorted in a mocking manner.
And take that day as an example.
In our daily lives, most of the people who self-righteously list out arguments and state them with absolute certainty, such as the empire died because of this, what caused a kingdom to prosper, if there was no such thing there would be no such thing, and so on, are more or less filled with the savagery and childlike naivety of beginners. Hicks tapped his forehead, then pointed at Thales, who had a serious expression on his face.
Your brain works very fast, Thales. I believe that your eloquence has brought you a lot of convenience, but sometimes you need to stop, think more and speak less. A wise man rarely speaks eloquently. Thales still did not speak. He stood quietly on the spot and listened to Hicks. Humility, Hicks said earnestly and earnestly. Thales. Humility.
This is what you should really learn from your first lesson. Instead of my seemingly open-minded and reasonable questions that are in fact deliberately led to your own conclusions through the deliberate indoctrination that I meticulously set up, you should not come to a conclusion.
You came to a conclusion, but you believed it without a doubt. You believed that it was your own thinking. Humility is often lost in this way. Hicks seemed to have remembered the past. He could not help but say with a sigh, when it comes to learning, it is the easiest for a person to lose his humility and become self-righteous. When your empty brain is suddenly filled with something, in the excitement of self-improvement, you often do not pay attention to whether the thing that fills your brain is a pile of sh*t or, most of the time, both look the same.
The thing that fills your brain. When he thought of this, Thales thought of something and raised his gaze. Speaking of which, I remembered something. The prince spoke in a deliberative tone and anxiously said, Sir, do you remember the book you used to refute us in the first lesson, The History of the Northern Territory?
Hicks raised his eyebrows. He coughed softly. I specifically went to look for this book, so, Thales seemed a little embarrassed.
He observed the old crow's half-smile and slowly said, The name of the author is written on the title page of that book.
The author's name is written on the title page of the book.
That's... Thales waved his hand in embarrassment.
Mary H. Hicks from Dragon Kiss Academy. Hicks' pupils shrank slightly.
Thales looked at the original author before him with a resigned expression.
Is that *T?
A few seconds later, the old crow burst out laughing in delight. Ha 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 ha. The old man's laughter was not pleasant to the ears.
It was indeed comparable to a crow's. But it was obvious that he was very happy. Hicks laughed until he was out of breath. He supported himself on his walking stick, and his shoulders shook as he laughed and looked at Thales.
You really went.
Ha ha ha.
Thales shrugged helplessly and faked an awkward smile.
Tracing the source of quotes and looking through the publication information. Aren't these the basic qualities of a postgraduate student?
So, the corners of Thales' mouth twitched awkwardly.
He wanted to end the topic.
My thoughts were never mine, but everyone's?
Hicks' laughter stopped. Another interesting sentence. Hicks paused for a moment and put on a thoughtful expression. Did you think of this yourself? Thales shrugged. I really want to say no, but this sentence? Yes. Very good. Hicks put away his smile and looked at Thales in a steady and serious manner. And the only thing that can guarantee that your brain won't be immersed in shit is... Thales. Thales nodded respectfully and continued his teacher's words. Humility. Hicks flashed a smile again. But then, Thales changed the tone of his voice. But you left out one thing. Reflect on yourself. Remember the lesson rules you told us? Before questioning something, it's best to ask yourself. Thank you, Bordeaux. Thales smiled in his heart. Hicks' expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the teenager in front of him again. Not just before, Thales. He said calmly. But those are advanced lessons, and they are options for advancement. Not everyone has the aptitude to reach that stage. Hicks blinked. And we will do it step by step. We will start with humility. Then we will plan for other things. Thales smiled. One step at a time. He looked at the strangely interesting old man in front of him and thought of his uncertain future. He suddenly sighed. Thales suddenly raised his index finger. Sir. I was thinking. Although you told me that the meaning of the first lesson was humility, wise men rarely speak eloquently, and so on. Thales narrowed his eyes. But I thought about it again. The prince clicked his tongue and looked at the old man in front of him from head to toe as if he was sizing up a suspect. Is there a possibility that the moment you turn around and return to Heroic Spirit Palace, you will say to young rascal, to Saroma? Hicks showed a puzzled expression. Thales cleared his throat and slowed down his tone. With a rough voice, he imitated Hicks's usual tone. Dear little Saroma. My dear little brother. Jie, you must know that wise men are not afraid of eloquence. Madam, what you need is to confidently stuff your opinion into other people's minds, even if it's a pile of shit. Before Thales finished speaking, Hicks laughed out loud, and his expression was exaggerated. He kept hitting the ground with his walking stick. Ha 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 ha. Thales laughed as well. Under the moonlight, the old man and the teenager who were thousands of miles away from home looked at each other and laughed. In the distance, Kevin, who was waiting with his head in his hands, let out another yawn in resignation. Finally, the laughter of the two people gradually weakened. Thales closed his mouth. Hicks also stopped smiling and looked at him calmly and peacefully. It's time. Thales spoke subconsciously. But Hicks was one step faster than him. You know, your mother did tell me where she was going, the old crow said flatly, but Thales was momentarily stunned. Hicks straightened his back in the darkness and sighed at the vast starry sky. Before we parted, she stood alone with her back to us. She faced the blood-red setting sun on the vast desert and said with a chuckle. Thales felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness in his heart. He knew that what came next was that person's original words. Hicks said faintly, Since I escaped with much difficulty, of course I want to go to a wider world. Perhaps I can pry open this boring world. Thales was stunned. Pry open this boring? I believe that she did it, Hicks said softly, but his words traveled clearly into Thales' ears through the quiet night sky. Perhaps she will eventually do it. A breeze blew past, and it let out a long whimper through the hole in the wall behind them. Hicks straightened his scarf. With a solemn expression, he nodded slightly at Thales. Take care, young sir. Thales put away his thoughts and nodded solemnly as well. You too, sir. And so, Thales stood alone in the quiet night, listening to the sound of Hicks' walking stick slowly fade into the distance. He watched as the old man's hunched figure gradually disappeared. He listened as Hicks boarded the dilapidated, shoddy truck, which was a stark contrast to Shield District, and explained to Kevin in a low voice why the teenager did not come. He watched from afar as the truck left under Kevin's whip and the dissatisfied neigh of the old horse, never to return. The prince greedily sucked in a mouthful of air in the cold wind of the night, but his lungs were frozen. Thales turned around in resignation. The problem he faced and the melancholy in his heart surged before his eyes again. From now on, he was alone again. Just like in the past. Thales absent-mindedly kicked away a large piece of gravel that almost tripped him. He looked at the corpse's glee ward left behind on the ground, and then at the grand scene of Shield District before him. He felt a headache coming on. All of Dragon Cloud City is looking for me. In fact, it was not just Dragon Cloud City. Lampard, Count Leespan, Count Nazir, and all the vassals. What should I do? Thales scratched his head in pain. Go back to the secret passage? Look for Putray? Hide in Shield District and act according to circumstances? But I'm short on clothes and meat. Hey, brat. Thales raised his head in shock. Under the moonlight, half of a head with a worried expression appeared behind a broken wall in front of him to his left. A rough voice was trying hard to suppress its tone as it whispered. Why are you spacing out? Come here. Thales was stunned. He stared at the person leaning against the corner of the wall in shock. You are that glee ward? Asterisk bang. Asterisk the person behind the corner of the wall hit the wall in annoyance. The familiar wheelchair came slowly from behind the wall. Thales blinked. He could not figure out what was going on. Keep your King voice down. Glee Ward, who had just left in a huff, was now staring at him angrily. The veteran who had lost both his legs had an awkward and complicated expression on his face. He looked around warily from time to time. And where are your King manners? Why did you call me that? That Glee Ward? Thales ignored Glee Ward's anger. He just stared at the other person in a daze and scratched his head, trying to figure out what was going on. "But why are you?" Glee Ward interrupted him from the wheelchair. His remaining eyes were filled with the words, "I don't like the look of you." "Shut up. Come with me." "Go with him?" Thales was stunned again. He did not understand the logic behind the other person's actions.
"But didn't you say that you would let me go and not take me for the reward?"
"Hey!" Glee Ward made a threatening expression like a wild beast. "I said shut up." The veteran drove the wheelchair in front of Thales. He looked at the surprised prince and snorted coldly in displeasure. "Aren't you going out of the city? Come with me obediently." Thales rolled his eyes 3 times. "Out of the city?" He smiled stiffly, waved his hand tentatively, and pointed in the direction where Hicks left. "But didn't you just reject the old crow?" The impatient Gleeward's expression changed. He supported the wheelchair with his left hand, pulled himself up a few inches, and raised his right fist at Thales. Thales, who still had lingering fear in his heart, subconsciously took a few steps back and raised his hands in front of his chest. "Wait!" Gleeward's fist stopped in midair. "F***CK. Are you looking for a beating?" The veteran said angrily without hesitation. "Are you going out of the city to live or not?" Thales' ears were ringing because of his loud voice. He felt dizzy and nodded subconsciously. "Yes, yes." In the awkward atmosphere, the two of them stared at each other. One of them was furious, and the other was confused. A few seconds later, Glee Ward put down his fist, snorted, and turned his wheelchair around. "Follow me obediently, brat," he snorted in disdain. Thales, who was still in a state of shock, put down his hands. He shrugged, as if he had understood something, and followed Glee Ward in a contemplative manner. Hence, amid the sound of wheels rolling over the gravel, the shadows of a wheelchair and a teenager slowly elongated on the rough ground of Shield District. They moved forward side by side under the quiet night sky. Slap. 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 Thales punched his left palm 3 times with his right fist. "I understand now." While walking, Thales carefully observed Glee Ward, whose expression was unpleasant. He seemed to be aggrieved, but also angry. The teenager seemed to have made a new discovery. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "In the end, you will still help me. You just don't want to admit defeat in front of the old crow." Gleeward's expression froze. "Shut up." But Thales, who was immersed in his new discovery, did not care about what the old man said at all. His eyes lit up. "And Hicks, that old crow intentionally made me stay. He also knows this." "Hicks knows that you will definitely help me, so he..." Gleeward's expression became even more unpleasant. He gritted his teeth, slanted his lips and twisted his face. He sped up the speed of his hands, pushing the wheelchair forward. "Shut up." Thales took 2 steps forward and overtook the accelerating wheelchair. He turned around to face the veteran. "Wait." Thales' eyes grew brighter. "You know this too, don't you? You know that he knows that you will help me." As if his thoughts were exposed, Glee Ward exhaled with a lifeless expression. As he pushed the wheelchair, he banged the wheel in dissatisfaction. "Shut up. Shut up." Thales did not intend to shut up at all. He walked backwards with one hand over his chest and the other caressing his chin. He looked pleasantly surprised. "So you both know each other very well, but for some reason you don't want to make it clear. Hicks, he also knows that he knows that you will help me." Glee Ward, who could not take it anymore, raised his head in pain and wailed. "Enough!" The veteran stopped and fiercely cut Thales off. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Thales stopped talking and looked at Glee Ward in puzzlement. "Yes, I know he knows too." Glee Ward's face was filled with anger. He waved his hands at the sky. "So what?" He spat in a very unrefined manner and looked at Thales in annoyance. "I also know that he knew that I knew that he knew that I would help you." Thales nodded solemnly and used his gaze to encourage him to continue speaking. "F***CK. I'm going crazy because of you." Gleeward's words were stuck in his throat. His expression changed slightly. "Can't you just F***King shut up?" Thales blinked and revealed a resigned expression. "Of course." The prince chuckled and scratched his head. "But what you said might have. You know, you also scolded my mother." Glee Ward was immediately stunned. Scolded what? Thales pointed into the distance and smiled awkwardly.
He kindly reminded him. That sentence of yours seemed to have scolded her?
My mother, Xianxia. You know her. The puzzled Glee Ward paused for a few seconds before he registered what he meant. The veteran raised his finger in anger and put on a fierce expression.
You motherfasterous cur. That's it, Thales coughed softly.
At that moment, Gleeward's throat seemed to be stuck by something, and he froze abruptly. He subconsciously hesitated. His expression was subtle and changed a few times.
But a second later, the veteran regained his usual fierce tone and pointed at Thales again. You motherfasterous cur. However, under Thales' friendly gaze, Gleeward choked on something. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. He. The veteran's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out.
His fingers intertwined in the air, as if he could not find a target. A gentle breeze blew past. Thales shivered despite the chill, but his smile remained.
You.
Finally, after hesitating for a few seconds, Drew Gleeward threw a punch with a face full of grief and indignation. He hit the poor wheelchair with a loud thud. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. You motherfasterous cur, shut up. Hicks and his history of the Northern Territory War did happen in reality. I have a L teacher who told me about her personal experience. When L graduated from her PhD, she submitted a thesis to a top journal. A professor who reviewed it anonymously replied with an opinion, and the gist of it was, you did not cite a certain work in your thesis. That is the authoritative work in the field. This is a major flaw in your research. Make up for it quickly. L, who had just graduated from her PhD, naturally accepted the anonymous professor's opinion in fear and trepidation. Then, she searched for that certain work, no matter where she went. However, strangely enough, even though it was the authoritative work in the field, she searched for it for years without any results. In the end, the persistent L teacher gave each and every famous publishing house in the field a try. In the end, she found information about certain work in Cambridge. The publishing house replied, "Oh, certain work? We have it here, but it's still in draft. It'll only be published next year." Next year. L teacher in the wind, I have a F***king sentence, but I don't know how to say it. Many years later, through a coincidental channel, L teacher found out, with an exasperated expression, that the professor who reviewed her thesis anonymously was the author of that certain work that had not been published at that time. L teacher in the wind, I have another F***king sentence, but I don't know. Swordless could never forget L teacher's lifeless expression, who had always been serious when she told this story. I wish her good health and a smooth life. When have great thoughts ever been shackled by a sick body? Chapter 347. Reality proved that Gleeward was indeed the local tyrant of Shield District. Even if it was night, even if it was difficult for him to move around, even if Shield District was a maze of ruins with very few people, the veteran could still accurately find the small paths and find his way out after making several turns. Under the moonlight, Thales quietly followed behind him with his head lowered, pretending to be the person who pushed Gleeward's wheelchair. He watched as Gleeward moved through the streets and alleys without any obstacles, as if he was in his own backyard, jumping over fences, and even making secret signals and hand signals to different people living in different corners. Thales kicked away a pebble by his feet and patted the dust off his body. He felt slightly sentimental. It had been a long time since he felt this way, especially since Shield District had turned into such a desolate scene. This was especially the case when Shield District was reduced to such a miserable state. It made him remember the days when he begged in the smelly gutters and alleys of Eternal Star City a long time ago. When they arrived at a single-story house with mottled bricks, Gleeward coughed and knocked on the door 4 times, twice quickly and twice slowly. Thales was surprised to hear a series of crackling sounds coming from inside the house. Did someone fall off the bed? Footsteps came from behind the door, followed by an impatient female voice. For bright moon's sake. If you want to buy something, can't you come tomorrow morning? Gleeward, who was in the wheelchair, spoke in a dull voice. Kurtz, it's me. The voice behind the door stopped. As the wooden door opened, a sleepy face appeared before them. It was a woman in her 30s. She had messy long hair and looked down at Gleeward from above.
Her clothes were thin, and her eyes were misty. Her breasts were faintly discernible. She looked as if she had just woken up and stared at the two people in front of the door in confusion. Thales politely moved his gaze away from her breasts, which she could not cover. He suppressed the question of who she was and looked at Glee Ward.
Glee Ward snorted coldly.
"Tell me, Kurtz, you didn't drink? Or else I'll have to F***ck you awake."
He glanced inside the house.
"And it's best if there aren't any girls here to measure your size.
Just by relying on a cowardly cripple like you? We don't even know who's going to F***ck who."
The woman at the door rubbed her eyes.
"It's not my fault that I'm popular with women. After all, I'm one of the few in Shield District."
Wait. After seeing the person in front of her clearly, the woman's expression changed. Her hand behind the door dropped, followed by the heavy sound of metal hitting the ground. "You're injured? I have a bad feeling about this, cripple."
"It's just like the first time we met."
The woman named Kurtz put on a dejected expression, but when her gaze shifted to Gleeward's bandaged wound, she immediately frowned.
"Are you being targeted again?"
Gleeward nodded with a dark expression. "It's still those idiots from the market in Sword District." The veteran pointed at his wound and said disdainfully, "This time they even brought the real deal." Kurtz leaned against the doorframe and scraped her face with the palm of her hand, as if she wanted to scrape away her sleepiness.
"Got it. I'll stitch it up for you." She sighed and looked around cautiously.
There was an annoyed expression on her face. Dragon Cloud City is in such a mess, and they still have the time to mess with you. Damn it. Thales stared curiously at the disheveled woman who had a seductive body and a foul mouth.
He thought about her relationship with Glee Ward.
"And you, cripple.
I've told you 100 times. Things are different now."
Kurtz raised her head with a resigned expression. She advised earnestly, "Don't go out alone at night anymore. At least bring—" "Hey," Gleeward interrupted her and his gaze became stern. "I've already taken care of it and taught them a small lesson." Kurtz stared at Gleeward's expression, and her annoyed expression froze slightly. She asked tentatively, "Your small lesson?" Gleeward did not answer. Thales remembered the slaughterhouse he saw just now, and blinked helplessly at a corner where no one could see.
"Yes. A small lesson." Kurtz seemed to understand what he meant. She then narrowed her eyes. "I understand.
Then we'll go to war. We won't stop until one of us dies." Her expression became solemn. She lowered her head and thought carefully.
"I'll look for Farron right away.
Even though the city is under martial law, I think we can get 100 good fighters here before dawn, and another 50 after dawn. We can catch them off guard."
Thales thought of something.
"What?
This woman is also out to make a living?"
Gleeward coughed and interrupted. "Before that, I have something else to do."
"They won't expect us to counterattack so soon."
"The patrols are busy."
Kurtz mumbled to herself about the fight between the gangs. When she heard Gleeward's words, she was slightly stunned. She looked up.
"Something else."
It was only then that Kurtz noticed the teenager behind Gleeward. She subconsciously tightened the thin shirt around her chest and looked at the 9-pointed star emblem on Thales' shoulder. She frowned in puzzlement. "Wait, who is this brat? Is he a noble?"
"Him. Come and meet Kurtz, Thales." Gleeward turned his head and looked at Thales. He extended his hand and gestured at Kurtz in a leisurely manner. "The most unlucky tailor trader in Northland.
Dr. Xi."
The veteran pointed at an ugly scar on his arm and sneered.
"My specialty is suturing."
Thales smiled awkwardly at Kurtz.
"Hey, nice to meet you."
As a tailor cum doctor, Kurtz's face was filled with suspicion.
"Nice to meet you?"
Gleeward turned his head around and sneered in a self-deprecating manner.
"Stop guessing. He's that prince." Kurtz did not manage to react.
She asked in puzzlement, "Which prince?"
Gleeward snorted.
"Which other prince could it be?" The man in the wheelchair grinned. "Wherever he goes. Who's the unlucky one?" "The Prince of Constellation." Thales coughed softly and pretended not to hear her. In the next moment, as expected, the prince saw the puzzlement on Kurtz's face turn into shock.
She froze on the spot.
In the house, Thales sat on a chair and gnawed on the extremely disgusting rye bread in his hand, which was probably left over from a season ago. He looked at the similarly simple and dilapidated house. There was a bare wooden table with a lot of cloth piled on it. There were also cheap boxes of female perfume placed haphazardly on it. Many patterns of clothes hung from the ceiling. On the floor, the table, and the bed, cloth and clothes were piled everywhere. Even undergarments were no exception. Needles, threads, scissors, measuring rulers, and coils could be seen everywhere. There was also a mirror with 3 cracks on the wall, and a saw in the corner. Behind the door was a ferocious-looking June 1st. Now, Thales knew what the metallic sound was when the woman let go of his hand. Thales picked up the wooden bowl and drank a mouthful of water that had a slightly strange smell. He then looked at Kurtz. The woman's identity was already clear. She was a tailor. Thales sighed secretly. But, a doctor? Sewing with one hand and sewing people with the other? Treating the sick, tailoring the clothes according to the person's needs. He looked at the ferocious-looking June 1st behind the door. Perhaps it's also a rape? Causing a gang conflict? The prince glanced at the unflattering style of clothes around him. Also, why does a tailor need a saw? With the evilest imagination in his head, Thales thought. No wonder she's so poor. On the other side of the house, Kurtz, who had finished dressing, sat on a wooden bed with a broken leg and was supported by bricks. She was arguing with Glee Ward in a low voice, but it did not escape Thales' ears. Are you crazy? Kurtz pushed aside a woman's long dress made of coarse cloth that hung above her head and looked anxiously at the calm Glee Ward. It's not just the westbound street. From the city gate, the top of the city wall, the city walls, the gatehouses between the districts, and the key fork streets, they've set up checkpoints almost everywhere. The patrols have received their bounty, and they've been working overtime day and night, never slacking off. I heard that even places as far as Sunset Snow River's ferry are no exception. Glee Ward narrowed his single eye slightly. Is that so? Kurtz exhaled and subconsciously glanced at Thales, who was still eating. Over the past few decades, aside from collecting taxes, no one has paid any attention to Shield District and Hammer District. Even murder cases don't bother those men. The seamstress counted with her fingers and told Glee Ward about the pros and cons. But today, it's not just the patrols, even the White Blade Guards came to our door. Forget Spear District and Bow District, which have close ties with the nobles and the rich. Even the dozens of houses on Crazy Street in Hammer District were searched. Even the underwear of the dancers was searched until 10 at night. I heard that the search will continue tomorrow morning. Kurtz slapped him fiercely. In a very inelegant manner, she lifted one of her legs and placed it on top of her breasts, which were about to pop out. She allowed her other leg to swing freely under the bed. She gritted her teeth, and there was not a hint of a woman's gentleness. This is a major incident, Glee Ward. It's definitely a major incident, comparable to what happened 6 years ago. Glee Ward flashed a sarcastic smile. Thales took a bite of his bread. For some reason, he thought of Jianghu, the female officer from a long time ago. In comparison, the seamstress in front of him was obviously much more boorish, but she was just like Jianghu. She was not pretentious at all. But, with how troublesome Thales' identity is, since Glee Ward could bring me to her without hesitation. On the other side, Kurtz exhaled in pain. You heard how the Star Killer threatened us during the day. But it's not just us. She extended her finger in a very serious manner and spoke with great emotion, trying her best to make Glee Ward understand the severity of the matter. Almost all the local tyrants or people with prestige in Spear District, Sword District, and Bow District have been informed. Whoever gets involved in this will be Dragon Cloud City's enemy. Glee Ward sneered and said, Can those lackeys represent Dragon Cloud City? No, you don't know. The disciplinary hall even spread the word through a few disciplinary officers. Kurtz cleared her throat and glanced in their direction. She saw that Thales was still minding his own business and did not seem to have noticed them. Only then did she lower her voice and said, They said that whoever has news about the prince and the prince's whereabouts will receive the friendship of the disciplinary hall and the patrols. They will even turn a blind eye to it. In fact, if they help them find the prince, they will even get 3,000 gold coins. Kurtz gritted her teeth. Her facial features were scrunched up, and she extended 3 fingers with a trembling hand. At that moment, the motionless Glee Ward's expression finally changed.
His remaining eye widened to the size of a pigeon's egg. Thales frowned slightly.
Gleeward raised his head abruptly. 3,000? The seamstress smacked her lips and gestured in Thales' direction.
Her sparkling eyes inadvertently showed a hint of greed and charm.
Think about it? After a second, Gleeward desperately tucked his jaw away, which was about to fall to the ground.
He coughed unnaturally.
Humph, the veteran said sternly.
Do I look like a money grubber? Do I look like the kind of person who would be tempted by a few gold coins? Kurtz's smile fell.
She looked at him with a complicated expression. Gleeward was a little embarrassed by the woman's gaze. He turned his face away and said sternly, "We want to send him out, that's all."
When he heard this, Thales ground his lips with his upper molars. He was in a strange mood. Kurtz exhaled.
There was a look of pity and hesitation on her face.
Both of them were silent for a while.
Thales took the opportunity to force himself to swallow the last mouthful of the disgusting bread.
They will soon suspect this place. The seamstress sat on her bed and crossed her arms worriedly. Even though Shield District isn't easy to search, they'll come sooner or later. It's in ruins, and it's a mess. Is there a better hiding spot than this?
Gleeward raised his head and frowned.
That's why we have to send him out as soon as possible. When Kurtz heard this, she sighed. This is a deal that will cost all of Shield District and Hammer District. You better have a good reason. Gleeward was silent for a few seconds. I want to send him out,
he said faintly. That is the reason.
Kurtz was slightly stunned.
The woman's expression was solemn.
She stared at Gleeward quietly. Gleeward pursed his lips in his wheelchair.
God.
After a while, Kurtz covered her face in pain and lay on the bed.
Cripple, sooner or later, I will be dragged to the gallows because of you.
Yes, you will be dragged to the gallows.
Gleeward snorted coldly.
Then what are you doing? Kurtz pulled the blanket over her. She trembled slightly in an exaggerated manner and let out weak sobs.
Thales looked up without batting an eyelid and observed the exit in the house.
3 seconds later. Forget it. Kurtz lifted the blanket and sat up with great difficulty. She extended a trembling finger in anger and pointed at Gleeward.
Let me tell you, you stupid cripple. From now on. The poor seamstress had a sorrowful expression on her face, as if her life had come to an end.
I really King fell in love with the gallows. Kurtz looked at Thales with a look of disdain.
She stared at his dusty face, which was a combination of luxurious clothes and luxurious accessories.
It's telling everyone that you're that damned prince. Thales looked at Kurtz, who was standing in front of her, with a face full of disdain.
Thales shrugged and ignored her malice.
He stayed away from a bunch of women's summer dresses with strange styles and readily grabbed a set of shabby and ugly linen clothes. He removed the complicated leather belt and replaced it with the simplest and cheapest belt made of coarse cloth. He kicked off his leather boots and put on the linen clothes he had not touched for a long time. He then picked up a pair of scissors and cut his hair into the shape of a bird's nest.
That was not all.
Thales also wrapped the dagger scabbard, which had the words, "A king does not rely on his bloodline," written on it, in circles and circles of inferior black cloth, until its original appearance could not be seen.
He then folded the map of Renaissance Palace flat and stuffed it into the lining of his clothes with the black cloth.
He was prepared to use his tattered needles and thread to sew it tight. As for the blood fong bracelet the Night Queen left him, he simply wore it on his wrist. It was made into a beast fong accessory. Finally, Thales finished changing his clothes according to the standards of a child beggar. He walked to the mirror and saw an unfamiliar teenager. Thales nodded in satisfaction. He felt that he looked like a normal boy from the suburbs. How is it? Is this okay?
However, when Thales turned his head and looked at Gleeward and Kurtz, who were deep in thought.
Hey! Gleeward sighed while he sat on the wheelchair. He placed his hand on his forehead and said, "Is there any way to improve it?" Thales was stunned. Of course. Kurtz stared at Thales, who was dressed in coarse sackcloth. Her sharp face was filled with worry. I have a way to make sure that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. Gleeward's eyes lit up. But Kurtz pointed at the J1 behind the door. Her next words caused the veteran's eyes to darken again. Take this and cut off his entire face. Thales opened his mouth. Ha! Under Thales' stunned gaze, Kurtz sighed and shook her head. She crossed her arms and sized Thales up. His skin is too soft and too white. One look and you can tell that he's a noble who lives like a prince. He's also not as tall as a normal Northlander. He'll be recognized no matter what he wears. The woman shook her head in pain. Something like sneaking out of the city. The three of them sighed at the same time. Dung cart. Gleeward frowned and said something that shocked Thales. Summon *T-man Ange here. Hide him in the dung we transport every day and let him follow the cart out of the city. Excrement cart? Hide in, what? Thales' eyebrows twitched. Wait, you're talking about? Gleeward ignored him. Just find a reed or wooden tube so that he can breathe. Fortunately, Kurtz's next words made his expression soften a little. No, Ange was locked up again today. Gleeward's expression tensed, but he then gritted his teeth and said, Then look for Quick Whip Fallon. They have to transport the excrement. We have to stuff him in. Thales' expression became very unpleasant again. But Kurtz shook her head again. Do you know how T-man was locked up? The seamstress spread her hands. When Ange drove the cart out of the city for the 6th time today, the patrolling team at the city gate pinched their noses and used their swords to poke and check bucket after bucket. In the end, they found 10 packets of smuggled crystal drops hidden in the excrement. Gleeward took a few seconds to digest the information in this sentence. How did they? He first widened his eyes in surprise, then he slapped his thigh in anger. F***ck. Kurtz scratched her chest nonchalantly and shook her head. Hide in the excrement cart and leave the city? There's no way. What a pity. Thales pretended to sigh regretfully and patted his chest in secret. Kurtz seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She cast him a sideways glance and snorted in disdain. Thales smiled embarrassedly and raised his hand to change the topic. Is there no other way? The wheelchair and the seamstress pondered and did not say a word. In a few seconds, Gleeward's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Finally, Gleeward slammed his fist on the table. There's no other choice, the veteran said resolutely. Take the black track. Thales was puzzled. Black track? Kurtz widened her eyes. Again. The seamstress shook her head firmly. No, half of that damn tunnel has already collapsed. Remember the last time? We almost died in there for 300 gold coins. This is the only way. Gleeward's gaze was firm as he interrupted her. There's no other way. Kurtz looked at him solemnly. After a while, her gaze softened, and she turned around. I understand. I'll go and find someone now. But when Kurtz was halfway through her turn, she turned her head back again and frowned. There's another problem. From today onwards, the patrol team has also set up a sentry post in Shield District. Gleeward's gaze became fierce. Where? Kurtz looked troubled. It's not far from the black track. We can't avoid it. It's said that it's the place where King Nuvan died. The higher-ups feel that we need to keep a close eye on it. Thales could clearly see Gleeward's expression change rapidly. F***ck them. Those bastards still dare to touch Shield District after they've taken the loot. Kurtz shrugged and scratched her neck. White Pig Peck is in charge of that sentry post. I gave him 6 copper coins, and he told me the truth. The disciplinary hall didn't want to come either. No one wants to break the tacit agreement between us, but this is an order from the star killer, Nicholas. Gleeward was stunned. Who? Kurtz smiled in an ugly manner, and there was a helpless expression on her face. You rejected him in front of so many people during the day, and even called him a star manipulator. Do you remember? If it wasn't because he owed you a favor, that lunatic would have captured you a long time ago. I'm guessing. This is retribution for your foul mouth? Gleeward slapped his thigh angrily. F***ck the star manipulator. Disgusting dead face, shameless lackey, serves him right for not being able to be promoted even if he has to lick our balls for the rest of his life. Kurtz crossed her arms and pushed up her magnificent chest. Only then did she comfortably press her arms against her ribs. She looked at Gleeward as if she was looking at a child. Thales frowned as he listened to them discussing one of the famous 5 war generals, the captain of the Archduke's personal guards of Dragoncloud City, Lord Nicholas, in a disrespectful manner. He nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, Gleeward regained his composure and mumbled, Can we bribe Peck? Can we bribe Peck? I remember he's from Shield District.
Kurt shook her head and said, Peck has more than 10 men under him.
It's 3,000 gold coins. I can guarantee that they remember the prince's portrait better than their wives' faces. Not everyone dreams of going to the gallows like me. She cast a disdainful glance at Glee Ward. Not everyone sees money as dung like you do. Dung. Oh right.
Glee Ward raised his head abruptly.
Through the dung cart? Thale's heart tensed again.
Can't you fill your head with something other than dung?
Kurt stared at Glee Ward in disdain, saving the frightened prince from the fate of having to hide his body to pee and poop. Driving a dung cart to collect dung at the edge of an uninhabited cliff? Do you believe that? Glee Ward lowered his head again and sighed deeply. Is there any way to sneak past and get close to the black track? Thale's face darkened. No way.
If this doesn't work. At that moment, bang. Glee Ward slammed his palm on the table. Kurtz. The man on the wheelchair scratched his chin.
You just said, this person's skin is too white, and he's too short. Kurtz was stunned.
Huh.
Thales was puzzled as well. The next moment, Glee Ward's eyes brightened. He raised his head and extended his hand. He instinctively patted Kurtz, and accidentally touched her chest. The puzzled Kurt seemed to be used to it. She did not feel any anger from being violated.
She followed his gaze to the ceiling and was immediately stunned. Thales, who did not know what was going on, slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of their gazes. That's... Thales' heart trembled and his face turned pale. An ominous premonition immediately rose in his heart. He forced a smile with all his might and looked at the two Northlanders.
His face twitched.
Mr. Glee Ward, Madam Kurtz, what are you thinking?
The next moment, Glee Ward and Kurtz lowered their heads and turned to Thales. The man and woman revealed strange smiles at the same time. Will it work? Glee Ward asked with a cold smile on his face. We'll find out. Kurtz had a satisfied expression on her face. The atmosphere in the room changed. Thales' heart beat faster and faster. For the first time, he regretted escaping from Heroic Spirit Palace.
This. My dear respected and beautiful prince. The seamstress reached out and pulled down the thing on top of her head.
She picked up a pair of scissors and cut the air with a click. She smiled maliciously and said, a dung cart or this? Which one will you choose? Time seemed to have stopped for a long time.
Thales stared at the clothes in Kurtz's hands in a daze.
That, he blinked. His gaze was fixed on Kurtz's hands, and he felt his entire body tremble. The sin of hell's river that would only appear in a life-and-death situation surged madly into his limbs. He saw the seamstress' hands. That's a wrinkled woman's long dress. Chapter 348. Dragon Cloud City, Shield District, Dawn. The golden morning sun had just dyed the sky red, slightly dispersing the chill of the night. The dark streets gradually became clear. Shield District, which seemed to be empty, finally gained some life. At the very least, there were more people walking the streets. This street in Shield District was the center of the disaster. The houses were scattered, the terrain was empty, and there was almost no cover. There were even rumors of ghosts being haunted at night. Look at how listless and cowardly they are. Glee Ward hid behind a low fence and stuck his head out to look at a small patrol sentry post in the distance. He stroked his wheelchair in dissatisfaction. Do they think they can catch the prince like this? Does that dead face know that his orders are being carried out like this? At the center of the street, a few soldiers from Dragon Cloud City's patrol unit leaned against the eaves of an abandoned house. They yawned and extinguished the fire, waiting for their comrades to come and take over their shift. Occasionally, they would glance at the passers-by around them and greet those they knew. Because this is Shield District. The sentry posts leading to the city gate and gatehouse are not like this. They can't wait to search the girl's private parts. The neatly dressed seamstress, Kurtz, was on the other side of the low fence with Glee Ward. She bit a blade of grass in her mouth and said in annoyance, "And isn't this a good thing? It makes our plan easier." Kurtz crossed her arms and turned to a teenager beside her in displeasure. By the way, are you really not going to consider dressing up as a girl? The handsome teenager dressed in sackcloth beside her blushed and shook his head vigorously.
I've said it a few hundred times. Thales, who was leaning against the low fence, blushed.
We only have one night. Even if we put on the best makeup, the girl's expressions, habits, behavior, and mentality are all developed step by step over a long period of time.
They're carved into their bones.
Without enough training and habits, how can I succeed? Kurtz looked disappointed.
The blade of grass in her mouth swayed up and down. Yes, in the end, under Thales' fierce objection. Last night in Kurtz's house, the suggestion about him disguising himself as a girl was left unsettled. Let's think about it again. Kurtz did not seem to be willing to give up on her last shred of hope.
Even though it was just a few minutes before the operation, she still propped her arms up and stuck her head out.
She looked at Thales with an expectant expression.
My father used to be a coroner, and I grew up among piles of corpses. I'm very good at putting makeup on the dead.
Stop.
Thales firmly stretched out his hand and firmly pushed the seamstress cheek away from his chest.
He stopped her senseless act of using the blade of grass to scratch his ear.
I don't have the habit of selling myself to satisfy your bad taste. Kurtz stared resentfully at the young prince who refused to obey her orders.
Besides, the vigilant Thales gritted his teeth.
Didn't we try on our makeup last night? It wouldn't work. You can't even see yourself in a mirror. Instead of pretending to be a boy who will reveal his true form after taking 2 steps. I've tried on my makeup. When he remembered what happened last night, Gleeward could not help but let out a low cough. He and Kurtz looked elsewhere as if nothing had happened, but their shoulders trembled, as if they were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Thales, who could not get rid of his hostility, was still immersed in his own world. He was troubled by the nightmare he experienced last night, and when he saw their reactions, he became even more embarrassed and angry.
He tugged at his fringe in exasperation.
And my hair? Look, I just cut it messily last night. And what about my voice? Thales deliberately crossed his arms over his chest and twisted his waist. With a croaky voice, he pinched his voice and said a few times, I'm sorry, I might have a hoarse voice, but that's a problem I got from mining when I was young. I'm actually a girl. What kind of joke is this? When he said this, the prince's expression changed drastically.
He looked at the 2 people beside him, who had strange expressions on their faces, with righteous indignation.
Gleeward rubbed his nose awkwardly. On the other side, Kurtz shook her head slightly and clicked her tongue.
If someone told you that a man who has never received any training and has no daily experience can perfectly disguise himself as a woman, and not only will no one recognize him, but he will also be incredibly charming, making those of the same gender extremely jealous, and those of the opposite gender fall head over heels for him.
Thales looked enraged. Then he must have read too many crappy night novels, or he hasn't had a girlfriend for too long. Gleeward, who was in the wheelchair, and Kurtz, who was sitting cross-legged, leaned back in their original positions with flagging interest. Thales was left behind, panting with rage as he digested his grievances alone. In the distance, a patrol team of 10 people walked over slowly. They completed their morning shift with the inspection sentry post that was temporarily set up. Gleeward and Kurtz exchanged glances and nodded. The veteran regained his serious expression. Brothers, are you ready? Yes, I called over 20 people from the blacksmith shop to the farm. They're all people who can't leave the city for the time being because of the lockdown. Kurtz rubbed her hands together with an expression that said, Don't worry, they think this is a trap to deal with those bastards in the market. Actually, that's not wrong. When he remembered last night, Gleeward exhaled harshly through his nose in indignation. Once this is over, I want to. All right. When it's time, there will be a fight here. Kurtz looked at the situation around her and interrupted Gleeward. There was a cautious look on her face, which was rarely seen on her face. Drag that sentry post into it as well. Hey you.
Gleeward gestured at Thales with his chin.
And we'll take advantage of the chaos to go to the black track.
Thales cast a glance into the distance and swept his gaze over the sentry post that was not very tightly guarded.
He nodded. He suddenly noticed that their destination was the Cliff of the Sky, which was located at the bottom of a row of cliffs in the distance. It was the place where King Nuvan died. When he thought of this, Thales' mood suddenly turned cold. After this matter is over, there will be quite a number of people who will be locked up. Kurt sighed. Haven't they been locked up many times before? Gleeward licked his lips. His eyes sparkled. It's a good chance for them to avoid the limelight.
Understood.
Kurtz shrugged.
She glanced at Thales and clicked her tongue in resignation.
What a pity.
Thales, who was anxious, glared back at her fiercely. He was certain that compared to not being able to see the male princess of Constellation, the seamstress did not feel pity for the group of people who were about to be locked up in prison. Thales looked in the direction of the cliff and asked curiously, "What is the black track you've been talking about?"
Kurt snorted softly.
The grass in her mouth flipped over.
That's the only way for you to escape from Dragon Cloud City.
Why is it called that?
Gleeward turned his face around.
It's been called that since my grandfather's generation.
He said that his grandfather also called it that way.
As you can see, one of the entrances is at the bottom of the cliff of the sky.
The path is complicated, and people who are not familiar with it will not be able to find it. We used to use it to transport contraband, but it's too narrow, and the efficiency is very low.
At the bottom of the cliff. Thales frowned as he stared at the familiar-looking cliff.
His gaze followed the outline of the mountain and moved upwards. Unsurprisingly, he saw Raikuru's huge statue.
6 years ago it was there. So, the black track is a small path that passes through the belly of the mountain?
It leads out of the city?
Thales narrowed his eyes, trying to get a clearer look.
Is it natural, or is it man-made?
God knows.
Kurtz looked at him disdainfully.
To dig a tunnel that goes through the cliff of the sky and connects the inside and outside of Dragon Cloud City. Perhaps it was dug by the Great Dragon. Thales clicked his tongue and did not say anything.
The older generation is very respectful of that place, and they do not dare to approach it easily.
Kurtz snorted softly.
They say that it's a forbidden place in Dragon Cloud City, where the Master of Mountains resides. Even the nobles don't know about it. But, 18 years ago, the men followed the king to Constellation to fight a war. The war lasted for more than a year. No one farmed, no one hunted, and no one herded. The taxes and military contributions became heavier and heavier.
Forget the farmers and hunters outside the city. Even the old, the weak, the women, and the children in Dragon Cloud City could not live on.
The winter that year was especially cold, and there was not enough firewood. The nobles had to be prioritized, and they did not even have enough gifts from the mountains.
Thales fell silent. 18 years ago, went to Constellation to fight a war. Gleeward first beat up the disciplinary officer of Shield District who was in cahoots with the nobles and bureaucrats.
Then he masked his face and looted a few black-hearted merchant stock warehouses. Then, he broke tradition and led us into the black track. He began to transport contraband goods. He transported everything you can imagine. Crystal drops, eternal oil, firearms, and even hemp. He also transported food, firewood, and medicine that he robbed from the front lines. With these, the women and children in Shield District and Hammer District survived that winter, where countless people died.
Kurtz stared at the silent Gleeward with a complicated gaze.
This is the black track, and also the history of the slum boss's rise to power.
Thales felt very upset in his heart.
He looked at Gleeward.
But the veteran only snorted coldly, as if he was very dissatisfied with Kurtz's words.
He coughed loudly. After you go in, carry your everlasting lamp and watch your feet and the top of your head.
Gleeward's expression was unpleasant, as if he was recalling some unpleasant past.
The tunnel there is too old. 6 years ago, the calamities and the Hydra caused a ruckus in the city. The earth shook, and most of the black track collapsed. We don't know when the rest will collapse. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Calamities. Calamities again. The three people behind the low fence were silent for a while. The calamities, the prince said resentfully, brought about quite a lot of disasters, didn't they? Gleeward's hand, which was holding the wheelchair, suddenly tightened. Disasters. Kurtz laughed sarcastically.
Disasters.
You can look around you.
The seamstress expression turned cold.
But you can't imagine what it was like that day.
She kicked away a piece of gravel beside her feet.
Son of AB*TCH.
Thales lowered his head. He did not look at the gravel, broken wood, dust, and debris piled up around him. He did not look at the abandoned houses, the dust-covered wells, the collapsed rotten wood, and the cracked ground. There was even a faint stench in his nose.
This is Shield District. I can, Thales said in a low voice. I told you that year. I was here.
I saw how Shield District was destroyed, and I saw the people who died. But before he finished speaking, he felt an itch in his ear.
Thales was shocked. He instinctively sat up to avoid Kurtz, who was tickling his ear with a grass root. There should be a limit to boasting. The seamstress waved the grass root in amusement. How old were you 6 years ago? Thales was stunned.
You even saw Shield District's destruction?
Why don't you just say it? Kurtz said with a mocking expression. Back then, you single-handedly and fearlessly killed the Blood Calamity and saved Dragon Cloud City? Wouldn't it make you look more impressive if you boast like this? Your Highness?
Thales' face turned green and red.
He slid down against the low fence like a deflated balloon.
It's nothing.
At this moment, Glee Ward spoke airily.
It was never about destruction.
Both of them were stunned.
They turned to look at the veteran.
The calamities did not harm those who died either. They were lucky to a certain extent. They left forever in an instant.
The man in the wheelchair stared ahead with steely eyes.
What the calamities left behind was torture for the living. Glee Ward slowly raised his left hand, which was missing 3 fingers. His gaze was unfocused. Thales and Kurtz instinctively turned their heads. Do you remember the boy who drove the car last night who made a fuss? Thales paused. His name is Kevin. Glee Ward snorted lightly, completely unbothered. 6 years ago, he was an apprentice in a blacksmith's workshop in Hammer District. Kurtz sighed.
Cripple. But Glee Ward ignored her and continued to speak.
That day, the day the calamities appeared, Kevin came to Shield District happily, brought a bouquet of flowers, and met his lover in secret. Glee Ward stared at an abandoned well in the distance, which only had its outline left. Next to it was a collapsed stable, and dried feces could be vaguely seen.
They were discovered by her father.
I know that old man.
He used to serve in the glacial sentries, and his skills were not just for show.
What's worse is that he has a bad temper, and he values his daughter very much. When he said this, Glee Ward smiled softly.
The smile lines at the corners of his eyes were natural and smooth.
Thales and Kurtz listened in silence. Poor Kevin screamed as he was whipped all the way from Shield District to Hammer District with his belt. Everyone on more than 10 streets knew about it. Their laughter was so loud that even Big Leatherbelt's big yellow dog chased after him for a few hundred meters.
Gleewood's laughter was very cheerful.
Kevin came to me and said a bunch of nonsense in a wronged manner. He said how much he liked the girl, that he wanted to become a good blacksmith, open a workshop, save enough money for his betrothal gift, and then tell the truth to his lover's father. The veteran shook his head with a disdainful expression. Hee, I still remember how stupid he looked when he said those words. I also remember how angry Big Leatherbelt looked when he came to settle the score with him. I also remember how Kevin crawled out of the closet after I tricked Big Leatherbelt into leaving. His face was full of indignation and ambition. Glee Ward paused for a few seconds.
And yet, the smile on the veteran's face slowly melted.
It was like ice that had come into contact with sunlight.
Glee Ward stared into the empty distance and was lost in thought.
Kevin, when he returned to Shield District the next morning. That's all. The loud voices unique to Northlanders when they negotiated prices came from afar. A rooster crowed indignantly at the sky. Together with the chirping of birds in the morning, it made Shield District seem incredibly quiet. Gleewood's teeth chattered a little. The girl Kevin liked. The future father-in-law, that he hates to the core. Including the Northlanders on the streets who watched him make a fool of himself.
The veteran's gaze was dim and his voice was hoarse.
Including that annoying big yellow dog who barked for 20 hours every day. Glee Ward stared at the brightening sky absent-mindedly and said subconsciously, all gone. Thales and Kurtz leaned against the low fence without moving. It was as if time had stopped. All of Shield District. The veteran lowered his head and picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. He could vaguely tell what it was made of. This is the only thing left. This is what they are. These are the things that the calamities left behind for the survivors. Thales exhaled slowly. His expression was stiff. When you see Kevin laughing heartily in the future, don't forget that this is the story behind him. Gleeward's gaze became serious, and a flame that had cooled down for a long time burned in his eyes. Gleeward snorted coldly. So when you meet the survivors of the calamity, help them. Don't say that you can imagine it, don't say that you understand their pain, and don't say that you can feel it. Even if you are really the savior.
The veteran turned his head slightly and stared at the silent Thales with a cold expression. Because that is very hypocritical.
Thales opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he could not say anything. Slap. Gleeward placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Also, if you really become the king in the future.
Gleeward's expression was very serious, and Thales could even feel his hand trembling slightly.
Become one of those high and mighty lords. I know what you nobles know. I don't believe that those calamities are the messengers sent by the legendary gods to punish the world, or those legendary anti-mystic equipment.
You must have a way to deal with them? Thales stared at the veteran in front of him in a daze.
Gleeward's expression was ferocious. Remember, gather all your men, all your strength, all your weapons, and find those calamities. No matter where they hide, find them. Find them all. Find them all. The prince's heart was in a mess.
All sorts of emotions surged in his heart at the same time, and it was rather unpleasant.
At that moment, Gleeward gritted his teeth, and his aura was chilling. From top to bottom. Hunt them all. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.